Welcome to the first RTB Creation Model Workshop in conjunction with Peaceful Science. The workshop today is focused on human origins. Reasons to Believe's mission is to spread the Christian gospel by demonstrating that sound reason and scientific research, including today's most recent discoveries, consistently support rather than erode confidence in the truth of the Bible and faith in the personal transcendent God in both Scripture and nature. You can find out more at reasons.org. Peaceful Science, as they describe themselves in their own words, is a diverse community of scholars advancing science in a fractured society, engaging the grand questions together. In dialogue with others, we want to understand and to be understood. We want to make space for the differences with a civic practice of science, aspiring to humility, patience, and tolerance. Questions, we believe, should be welcomed with courage, curiosity, and empathy. Scientists at our best engage questions with rigor and honesty. You can find out more at peacefulscience.org. I'm Anjanette, or AJ Roberts. I am a scholar here at Reasons to Believe, and just a brief blurb about myself. I got my bachelor's in chemistry at the University of Tulsa, my PhD in cell and molecular biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I went on to do postdoctoral work at Yale University and worked as a staff scientist at the National Institutes of Health before joining the University of Virginia to direct the graduate program in microbiology. I left bench research and graduate education to go into science and Christian apologetics, completing my master's at Biola University in Christian apologetics, and then I went on to work with the Rivendell Institute at Yale before coming to Reasons to Believe. I've been a scholar here for the past 4 years. I am the grateful host of today's workshop. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to identify just a few more people that have made today possible. Krista Bontrager, who is the director of our scholar community. She is also the dean of our educational online organization called Reasons Institute. Tracy Brooks, who is the program coordinator for the visiting scholar community and the staff scholar community. Nick, Jessica, and Katie, who are making this production and live stream available to you and support in-house. I'm going to run through the itinerary just briefly. We are going to start with a presentation from Dr. Swamidass. That will be followed by a short break. We'll then welcome panelists that will be asking focused questions in response to Dr. Swamidass's presentation. I'll introduce the panelists prior to the panel discussion. I'll moderate that panel discussion and be a participant myself. We'll then take a break for lunch. We'll come back after lunch and have a live presentation from Dr. Fazal Rana. And following Fuzz's presentation, we'll introduce his panelists and have the same type of Q&A response from panelists following his presentation. That will conclude the portion of the live stream workshop. And this afternoon, those of you that are part of the scholar community and invited guests are able to join us for the workshop that's closed and in-house. So again, we're live streaming, so if you need to get out of the room for any reason, please be mindful of the cameras. There will be book sales available online for both Dr. Swamidass's book, The Genealogical Adam and Eve, available through InterVarsity Press at a 50% discount today and tomorrow, as well as Who Was Adam, which is the Reasons to Believe Human Origins model text that was written by Fuz Rana and Hugh Ross. That's also available today and tomorrow at a 50% discount. So if you'd like to take advantage of that, we ask that you please do, and do so quickly, because the discount's only good for 2 days. So let me introduce Joshua Swamidass. Joshua Swamidass is a scientist, physician, and associate professor of laboratory and genomic medicine at Washington University in St. Louis. He's the author of The Genealogical Adam and Eve. He's a Veritas Forum speaker and founder of Peaceful Science. Josh uses artificial intelligence to explore science at the intersection of medicine, biology, and chemistry. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Swamidass.
Thank you for having me here, and hopefully I'll put up my slides in a moment. First of all, I really want to thank Reasons to Believe for inviting me here. Really, this is at their initiative to ask me to talk about my book, which was incredibly generous and kind of them. They've funded the majority of this workshop, and I'm deeply privileged to be here as your guest. So thank you very much. I also want to thank the online panelists that are going to be responding to this, both to my presentation and to Fuzz's, and many of you here in this audience who are friends, and also some new people I hope become friends too. Today I'm going to be talking to you about my book, The Genealogical Adam and Eve, and how it relates specifically to old earth creationism and reasons to believe in particular. My book looks at the story of Adam and Eve that we get, the account we get, the story, the narrative we have from Scripture, and the story account of origins we get from mainstream science, including evolutionary science. And it really looks at these two things together. And I take a traditional reading of these, meaning the way how most people through history have understood the Genesis account, which is the way how I frame the hypothesis in the book is consistent with the genetics and archaeological evidence that Adam and Eve could have been recently de novo created out of the dust and out of a rib in the Middle East as recently as just 6,000 years ago. They'd be ancestors of us all. And that's entirely consistent with science. The only way, in fact, that science presses on the traditional account is by suggesting alongside Scripture and suggesting alongside the tradition itself, the Genesis tradition itself, that there might be people outside the garden. That's the premise of the book. And I'm going to explain a lot more about that in a moment, but I want to first tell you who I am and what my motivations are here first. I'm a scientist. I started peaceful science almost out of necessity, out of the results of much of the stuff that was coming out here. But I'm actually at a core a scientist. I work at Washington University in St. Louis. When this stuff first went public, it was during a very inconvenient moment of me not being tenured as a professor and really feeling compelled that if I didn't say something, maybe no one would, and it was incredibly significant for a lot of people that needed to hear it, and much more largely for the church as a whole, but also for science and society, that we in secular science were going to be engaging the questions coming from society in a way that was honest, and that was going to be really making space, honestly, for differences. And so as a part of a civic practice of science, I am a Christian, but this is really motivated out of the very secular values of science, where we want to be as scientists, servants of society, that we're not pressing our own points of view, but we're trying to give an honest account that makes space for people that are different than us. One of the things that I love the most about science is that, I have graduate students that I train and turn into PhD students. I'm a Christian in public now, but I don't have to interview my students to find out what their personal beliefs about things. I've had atheist students work for me. I've had Jewish, I've had all personal beliefs, because the fact of the matter is when we come to science, it doesn't matter what our personal beliefs are. That's not what this is about. This is about us working together to really give a common account together about things. And so that's a core value of tolerance and diversity within science, which I really felt deeply impressed needed to be brought to the question of Adam and Eve and origins, and which is really what brought me to take the very unwise risk of talking about these things before I had tenure. But that's not what I do. I wouldn't even call peaceful science an organization at this point. We have, it's not an independent 501c. I'm not here for anything other than to just serve you and not to convince you that my point of view is right, but to just try and engage your questions with honesty and rigor. Most of my work isn't even in origins. This is some of the work I do using artificial intelligence to look at problems and how drugs become toxic, both in adults and children. That's Caleb, who you're going to see a picture of in a moment, when he was just a couple weeks old. That's my son. And then also work in medical imaging and nature, and then I've been very fortunate to have some phenomenal collaborators doing work in cancer genomics too. I like to play in the space of science in interdisciplinary ways. And the thing about interdisciplinary science is that the best of it is always a dialogue. And that's really what I found was critical for good science, is that we're not just coming to it with our point of view. In fact, you can't do science that way. It's going to be always, our best understandings arise in the context of disagreements and questions and engaging people that think differently. And it's really in that spirit I entered this conversation as a secular scientist. At the same time, I am a Christian. I don't have a picture here because I want you to look at me so I can explain to you who I really am. These are deeply important things to me. I was raised in a young earth creationist house, and it was connected to the gospel in a way that if I hadn't encountered Jesus, I would have left and become an atheist. I have a great amount of compassion for many of my atheist friends because there's so much nonsense at times that I was taught in the church that if I hadn't found something that was God's doing in the church, I would have left. I remember it was in junior high when I encountered More Than a Carpenter, and I read it, and it made sense that God revealed himself to us, not through creation science, which is what I've been exposed to, but he revealed himself to all people through this man, Jesus, by raising him from the dead. And that's how I came to know that, not just because my parents said it, but that's how I came to know that God exists, he's good, and he wants to be known. And I certainly strayed from that, and to look to other things for my confidence. But as God kind of moved me into this path that I'm on now, I mean, I thought I wanted to be a physician for a long time, but God just took me down this path, becoming a scientist. And I think about the insecurity in my faith when I was younger, because I was placing it in things that weren't of God. It wasn't what God did in history to reveal himself. So at the core of what I do is trying to live out and to follow him here. So I'm a Christian. I follow Jesus. And some people will think I'm crazy for that, and I'm okay. That's just the truth. I'm a Christian, I think, in many ways like you. I affirm the Lausanne Covenant. In that way, I think I'm an evangelical of at least some sort. I believe, as the Lausanne Covenant says, that the Bible's inerrant or without error in all that it affirms. And it's really from that perspective that I write this book and I come to you as hopefully a fellow believer, also a secular scientist. I want to be honest with the evidence. I have certain ways of seeing things, but I'm not trying to press you to agree with me on them. I'm just trying to be honest with you. I really come in peace, waving a white flag. Okay, I understand this is a very, very conflicted area. I'm in the no man's land between the trenches. I'm taking fire from lots of different directions. I'm not interested in shooting at anyone, and certainly not you. And I hope maybe you'd even join me here, and we can build a different camp. The key question that we're going to be really coming to at the end of this is a set of questions for reasons to believe, to be thinking through with scholars about what your preferred and acceptable positions are. Now, I want to be really clear that I'm not asking you to change your position or your views. That's not why I'm here. For a time, I was working with another organization that talked a lot about theistic evolution. I was willing to work with them on their speakers bureau, but the first thing I told them was two things. I told them, I have some disagreements with you about your science of Adam. That was the first thing, and this is what those disagreements were. This is what I told them, I think, in 2016. And the second thing was, I'm not willing to go and speak to anyone trying to convince them that evolution is true. That is not what I think my purpose is. I will be honest to tell people why I'm convinced of it, but that is not my purpose. And so in the same way, that is not my purpose here. If you get the sense that that's what I'm trying to say or do, I'm just telling you right now, that is not my intention. I'm not trying to change your point of view. I'm just trying to explain to you how I see things and where it's coming from. And so I hope that can be just understood and received with empathy. At the same time, the big question I have for reasons to believe the leadership, the community, the scholars, to you if you're listening, is what I'm saying with a young Adam creation, is that possibly acceptable within your community? Maybe it's not the preferred view. Maybe it's not even your view. I'm not trying to convince you that this should be your view. I'm just trying to convince you that this could be acceptable. And likewise, I'm not even asking just that for myself. I'm asking that regarding those that really believe in an ancient Adam. Reasons to Believe takes a view where a human is closely associated with the notion of Homo sapiens. Not every Christian sees that view. Some people see it as possibly less than that, as I'm going to be explaining in the young Adam creation for genealogical Adam and Eve. Some people see it as possibly more than that. So Ann Gager is in the audience here, as is Bill Craig. Could they be acceptable too? I think there's a question that's really important to me here, and I see also examples that give me hope in terms of what could be possible. The preferred view at Reasons to Believe on Genesis 1 is a day-age view. But not every Christian who's an old earth creationist sees it that way. And in fact, that you've created space within your organization for people like, for example, Ken Keithley, who's talked about a framework view of Genesis 1. It's not the preferred view, but it's acceptable. And what I want to ask is, can, in the same way that someone can be part of the RTB community, can someone be like me in the RTB community too? So that's what I want to ask and what I want to get into. And I know there's going to be a lot of questions about what I mean by evolution, both here and later, and I think that's good, and we'll talk about that. But I just want to remind you that I'm really coming in peace, okay? I'm not asking you to agree with me on everything. I'm wanting to see, in the same way I'm trying to make space for you, can you make space for me? So what actually is the genealogical Adam and Eve? It is a peacemaking effort. It is a civic practice of science where I'm trying to make space for our differences. I'm trying to do that in the context of the values of secular science. And one of the ways I'm doing that is by proposing a particular way to think about a young Adam creation. But that's not really the full way to see it. I think this is like the best analogy I found. This is one of the presents that my son Caleb got for Christmas. It's a bunch of toys that are stuck together with Velcro. Isn't that cool? And you can see on the box, on the upper right there, you can see that it actually has the way the box wants you to fit it together, right? And then you can see Caleb sitting there with it put together that way as well. But you can also see him here messing around with it. So you might think that's him assembling it, but that's not it. It's him disassembling the whole thing and playing around with it. And so my invitation here is, there's a duality, I would say. There's a duality. So yes, I'm going to be talking about a model, so to speak, but if you get fixated on that particular model, you're missing something very critical. This is really a set of toys to play with. And what I'm really asking you to do is not, pick apart the precise way how it was put together here, but rather come play with me. Let's see if there's another way to put it together. There's actually a lot of really cool pieces here. Right now, Bill Craig and I are working on a book right now, looking at the other side of this, of an ancient Adam, and we're getting a whole bunch of new pieces to play with in the drawer in the next book too, where I actually think that it's not so much that there's one way to see this. I think that the evidence in Scripture, the evidence in theology and tradition, and the evidence in science, these things don't actually give us a single view at the end. I think there's a large number of very plausible views. I think that the fun is going to be mapping it out and playing with this together. So I'm going to talk about particular views, but what I really hope you do is you key in to see about the pieces I'm playing with and see how maybe you might take those and make use of them in different ways. And far from discouraging that, I encourage it. That could be the fun of it. So what's the particular view that I put forward here? What's on the cover of the box, so to speak? It's something I would call young Adam creation, and I want to explain to you why I did that and why that makes sense. So young earth creationism is actually a very diverse movement. Ken Ham speaks for just one component of young earth creationism. He did not actually speak for me when I was younger. Though I did spend time thinking about young earth creationism, I was a lot like the young earth creationists that we see more globally. For example, in India, like we just picked up the Bible, we read it, and it just seemed that Adam was recent, and that's what we believed. And there wasn't really a conflict that we were engaged in, and we didn't really know anything about the Scopes trial or anything. It just seemed to be what Scripture taught. And so that's part of the reason maybe why I've come to some strange views on this, because my actual particular sense of being a young earth creationist was maybe different than maybe what some of us are used to in terms of the camps. But the truth of the matter actually is Ken Ham, for example, is not really a young earth creationist. He's a young cosmos creationist. So yes, he believes the earth is young, but he also thinks the stars are young. He thinks the galaxy is young. And so therefore everything else within those things are young too. And one thing that I found out through dialogue actually is a new camp that I'd never even heard of. It's called young life creation. These are people who accept that the earth is old. They accept that the stars are old, the galaxy is old, but they think that life was young. Life arose in the last 10,000 years or so. And the way how they do that is they actually are accepted within young earth creationism, by the way. They're considered young earth creationists, even though they don't believe the earth is young. Think about that. And what's going on is they actually are adopting a very similar hermeneutic and approach to Scripture. I would call that what Hans Madume says is scriptural realism. And that's the type of approach to Scripture I came to. I wouldn't even call it literalism. I would say it is, I'd say literalism to reference the Chicago statements, but it's a type of scriptural realism. So what I would say is what I'm putting forward in the Young Adam creation in this book is actually completely in line with that. It's a natural extension of young life creation from young cosmos creation. What they did in young life creation is they did a theological move to scope the creation account so it doesn't actually include the earth and the cosmos. And it makes complete sense to do that scripturally. And in fact, that's the same way how Reasons to Believe thinks about the flood, as a regional event rather than a global, across the entire globe event. And so what is happening in this book, and that's like the theological movement here, it's actually a young earth creationist reading of scripture that's scoped such in a way that it's actually entirely consistent with the evidence. That's part of the reason why, for example, when I first mentioned this, one of the first and most durable objections is that sounds like young earth creationism, and we know that's false. Actually, I think part of what's happening here is that there are types of young earth creationism that are false, but this might be one type that isn't. Now that sounds crazy, and it'll make more sense as we go forward. But I think what's going on here, as I said that I was in the no man's land between the trenches, well, this is kind of where I sit. I don't think that it really fits in any of the camps currently, but it could fit in all of them. And I think the real question that's facing a lot of us right now, a lot of groups, is where is it going to sit? And as I said, I really hope that amongst old earth creationists, that it could be embraced as an acceptable position. Is another example of old earth creation that recovers what you think is important of scripture in one way. Maybe it's not your way personally. I think it's possible even that some young earth creationists, actually I know for a fact that some young earth creationists see this as an acceptable view. I hope that evolutionary creationists will come to broadly accept it as an acceptable view. And we could go down the list. I think that's part of the conversation of the next year. And in fact, I would say Reasons to Believe is well ahead of the curve by organizing this workshop so early, so thank you. Now I want to explain a little bit more as I go more deeply into this. When I say Adam and Eve and evolution, I mean these in particular ways, I mean these in precise ways. I work this out in far more detail in the book. For Adam and Eve, I mean the way how most people through history have read it. I have a high value in the traditions of the church. It's not even about the doctrine of inerrancy for me, it's the doctrine of infallibility. I believe that the Holy Spirit guides the church and it's multicolored wisdom, that the diversity of those traditions is important. It's in conversation with those traditions that we have to understand and interpret Scripture. I am a Protestant, but I am connected to those traditions. I'm an evangelical, but I'm connected to those traditions. And in that way, it makes me a little bit of a strange person, because evangelicals tend to be a bit anti-traditional, ironically. Regardless, what I mean is that they're created without parents. They were less than 10,000 years ago, and they're ancestors of us all. And by evolution, I mean merely that we share common ancestors with the great apes, and that it seems that, at least within the last few 100,000 years, that our ancestors never dipped down to a single couple. It was a population of larger than that. And at least the last several 100,000 years, it seems that way. Knowing the context here, I want to be very clear. This is not a statement about God not being involved. I would say God is involved, and we can get into a lot more detail about that if you have questions about how God could have been involved in ways that are entirely consistent with mainstream science. It's rather saying that evidence really seems to show common descent. There's also not an insistence on my part. The way how the book handles this is it's a thought experiment. I understand that some people think that Adam and Eve are a myth. I understand that some people think that evolution are a myth. Whichever one you think is a myth is kind of beside the point. I'm not trying to prove that either one are true. I'm just trying to ask, as if they were true, can we find any contradictions? So as you read this, you might want to insert some other way how those humans outside the garden evolved or got there. That's fine. That would be an example of taking a piece of what I have here and kind of marrying it with other things. And when you do that, we can sit down and figure out if there's any evidential challenges to it. I don't object. I only hope that Christians don't say stupid things about science in public. That's my goal, and I want to help you not say stupid things about science as you go a different path. I want to tell you, too, that when it comes to the whole issue of common descent, this is not an appeal to authority. For me, I had to see the evidence for myself, and that's maybe even part of the reason what drove me into biology, is I wanted to see it for myself. I couldn't take someone else's word for it. This is just one example of it that arises from neutral theory, not Darwinism. It is an example of the type of evidence that Michael Behe points to explain why he thinks that there's very strong evidence for common descent. And what I can say is that maybe God did it through special creation, but it really looks like common descent. And I'm going to give it to you at a very high level, and if you want to know in more detail, I can. It's basically, if you look at humans and chimpanzees, and people talk about the similarity there, but the really key thing to do as scientists is look at a control. An example of a control would be the relationship between mice and rats. So we can look at what the similarities between one and versus the other. And what you can see is that, at least by one metric, there's about 2% difference between between humans and chimpanzees. Between mice and rats, there's about 20% difference. It's about 10 times the difference. Now, why is that? That's a big question. There's no design theory I've heard of that explains that, except for a design theory that includes common descent. That's a big deal. Now, you can take that at a lower level, look at it at a chromosome level. It turns out that the most divergent or different Y chromosome is the Y chromosome. And the reason why it spends more time in men than in women, and there's more mutations in men than in women, so it ends up being a really good control. The prediction of neutral theory is that there's going to be a bigger gap between chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes, and that's exactly what we see. It's a simple formula. We see that. It goes into very fine-grained detail on a location on the genome. It's very much like a cosmic microwave background, and how that matches perfectly with the theories from BAO that we see in cosmology, which gives us very clear evidence of the Big Bang. That's the sort of evidence we see here. Now, I'm all for seeing other ways to interpret the evidence. If you can produce a version of special creation that has mathematical rigor, that shows me how it accounts for all these patterns, I'll say you have an equivalent theory. Until then, I just think it looks like common descent. I'm sorry. Now, you might disagree with me. I'm happy to explain that. The main reason I'm saying this is not to convince you, but to let you know where I'm coming from on this. I mean, to be clear, that doesn't tell us that God wasn't involved, right? So I did not tell you anything about atheistic evolution. Rather, I just explained to you that it looks like we arise from a common point, chimpanzees and humans. So what exactly am I saying now about the Adam and Eve account? Well, if you go not to your local Ken Ham advocate, that if you actually go to the traditions of the church, historical theology, and look at how people have interpreted Genesis, what you find is that a key thing for many people in the church, many important traditions in the church, is the idea that we arise by monogenesis from Adam and Eve, that we arise by descent from them, that we're all ancestors of them. At the same time, there's an ambiguity, there's a question mark about what's going on outside the garden. That is part of the tradition. And part of the tradition is to encourage speculation about what's going on out there. And we see that speculation all the time. In fact, you might think, and I think sometimes in the simplified view, you think that this is actually what the traditional account is, where we've taken away the question mark and we said there's nothing there. That is how it's sometimes presented, especially when we kind of do like the choose your buffet views of origins. But even in young Earth creationism, they speculate about Nephilim that are interbreeding with humans. In Reasons to Believe, the current position is that it's likely Neanderthals and Denisovans interbred with humans too. And that's all considered consistent with sole progenitorship. That's all considered consistent with monogenesis. And in fact, if you go to the Catholic tradition, where the monogenesis tradition is most clearly articulated and defined, it's been very well worked out and established and accepted that there can be extensive interbreeding between Adam and Eve's lineage and others. And I'd point to Ken Kemp's work and even Antoine Suarez's work, who are both Catholic scholars, and also Ed Feser, that show that monogenesis has no problem with interbreeding between Adam and Eve's lineage. So with that in mind, it's not actually that. That's just one interpretation. There's a question mark. So if I reclaim that question mark, that mystery, I can say, well, Scripture doesn't tell me. The tradition doesn't tell me. Does science tell me? And what I find out is that, maybe did. Maybe science tells us there was an ancient mystery in the traditions of the church that science now gives us insight into understanding. And that there actually, while people wondered about people outside the garden in the past, maybe we now know that there were. And I go and explain extensively from Scripture and the tradition where that arises from and why there's been resistance at times and why that doesn't apply now. And I think this is important because a key part of my argument is not that this is a clever redefinition of a bunch of terms. Rather, I'm doing a rediscovery, a reclamation of what was frankly the way how I understood Genesis when I was a kid. in a young Earth creationist household, to be honest. Like, I mean, I wondered about Nephilim. I wondered about people outside the garden. And when I started to learn more about evolution, became convinced of it, it just seemed to be like, okay, that's just the story of the people outside the garden. It wasn't a backflip. It wasn't ad hoc. It was just a natural extension of my scientific education alongside actually seeing that there's some realism to Genesis. Now, that's my crazy idea, that's my views, and I made a lot of claims that go way beyond science. I understand that. And in fact, some of the scientific claims I've made might sound crazy too. And one of the things I've learned in science is that, especially in interdisciplinary science, is you don't make crazy claims without getting a lot of feedback and revision and review. And there's probably well over 100 scholars that have given detailed feedback. The amount of notes I have on the book from people far exceeds the actual text of the book. And it was really workshopped over several years, but one key thing that the John Templeton Foundation enabled was the ability to gather a few dozen scholars over 2 workshops in St. Louis to discuss this. This is the first workshop. You can see them on the upper left, and then also on the bottom. You can see all the people there. Some of the people are actually here in this room now too. And then the second workshop was a lot more focused. I would say the first workshop was more scientifically and exegetically focused. The second workshop was more, which was more philosophically focused, partly because of the particular participants involved. You can see Bill Craig here, Ann Gager, and AJ Roberts. I think it's a very interesting lineup because all 3 of you take what you might be calling a substantialist or structuralist view of the image of God in Adam and Eve. And so it's very, very, very helpful to have those as separate meetings. But I'll tell you this, the key thing that I would say across the board, including the substantialists, found to be critically important was the distinction between, and it's not just this, we'll get to a few more, and I think even Fuzz might explain more, but a key scientific misunderstanding arose. And I'd say it's a misunderstanding that goes back probably about 160 years ago to when Darwin first published The Origin of the Species. And that's a distinction between genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry. So let me explain to you what I mean. So if you imagine you right there, and each layer out is a different layer of ancestors. So right out from that circle, 1 layer is your mother and father. The 1 more layer is your grandparents, great-grandparents, and it goes back about 10 generations. You guys follow that? Now, it's colored such that it goes from black to white, showing you the percentage of the genome you inherited from that particular person. So you can see your parents, you get about 50-50 from them. And then your grandparents, you get about 25% from each of them. And then from your great-grandparents, it's about 1/16 or 1/8. Now my math is off. But very quickly, we're talking in just a few hundred years, you start to see this green appear. That green is like a different color I gave to the people who are actually your ancestors, but they don't give you any DNA. They're genetic ghosts. So in a very, very short amount of time, those people just don't give you any DNA. And they're people that, if I was to look at your genome, I would see no evidence in your genome that they exist. I just wouldn't see it. I wouldn't be able to figure that out. And now, of course, we do know they exist. We know that we all have ancestors. I don't think anyone disputes we have ancestors going back 20 generations, right? At least I'd hope not. Yet we can't actually see them clearly in our DNA. And so what's going on here is that we thought that DNA was like the eye of Sauron that could zoom in and tell you anything, any little detail you want about your past and your genealogical history, but it turns out to be a lot more like a streetlight and a lot more like maybe a telescope. It can tell us some really amazing things about our very distant past. It can tell us things about our fairly immediate genealogical ancestry. That's why we use them in forensics and things like that. But there's a massive blind spot there, where it doesn't actually elucidate genealogical relationships the way we want it to, what we might think to. And that comes with a large number of surprises too. One surprise is that genetic ancestors, universal ancestors like Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve, appear hundreds of, at least 100,000 years ago, at the very least. Genealogical common ancestors appear very recently. And if we consider everyone, meaning at least everyone that's alive when Jesus walked the world around AD 1, then we'd expect actually the majority of people that left ancestors about 6,000 years ago would actually be ancestors of everyone. That's just a really surprising thing. So it turns out even if Adam and Eve were created as recently as 6,000 years ago, they would be ancestors of everyone. Now the biggest objection to this And this is about Tasmania, and I want to just explain specifically about this and highlight why engaging with theologians was so critical. So first of all, the conclusions of the book, I don't actually think anyone is disputing. What I say is that at 6,000 years ago, total universal ancestry that includes Tasmania is going to be disputed. And in fact, you can even see examples of it being disputed right now because people haven't actually seen the careful nature of my claims. But that 10,000 years ago, I think generally people are going to agree that's plausible. Scientists will. And at 15,000 years ago, I'd say everyone would agree it's very likely. But I also introduced the idea of nearly universal ancestry. Now, some of you are even part of these conversations. One of the things that I learned actually from the first workshop is that the scientists were getting into this big debate about the nature of Tasmania in this question. Because we considered the Americas and the Andaman Islands and all that. No one really was bothered about those. And even Australia as a whole wasn't an issue. It's really the Bass Strait and Tasmania. And we were debating about the details. I learned a lot. It certainly changed how I wrote the book. And I note several places that the key place where that's going to be hang up for scientists for totally universal ancestry is Tasmania. But what I found that was just really interesting to me is that universally across the theologians, when I looked across the room, is that they were just having their eyes glazed over and tuning out. Several of them came up to me afterwards and talked. Several of them wrote notes. Every single theologian that expressed their thoughts on this gave the same response. They said, it doesn't matter to theology. We just don't care. As long as you have a good account of the worth and dignity of people in Tasmania, so we're not actually saying that it was okay for the colonialists to do what they did, because it was actually fairly evil what they did. That's okay, because theology doesn't speak with scientific precision. And then I remember having an aha moment. Oh, that's actually what the Chicago statements say too. It says that scripture, and you can extend it to traditional theology, doesn't speak with the precision of science. And so the idea of nearly universal ancestry, I have not yet found a theologian that cares about monogenesis in the community that we were engaging with that has thought that this distinction matters. Now, if there is one, that's fine. Instead of now several 100,000 years ago, it could have been 15,000 years ago, or 10,000, or maybe you're just willing to handle the dispute and you go with 6,000 anyways. The other really surprising thing we found was that Adam and Eve would be invisible in our genomes. They would just fall in a massive blind spot. So one analogy might be they're kind of like a drop of water in the ocean. You put a drop of water in one afternoon, you come back the next day and try and ask where it is, there's no way to know. Maybe it evaporated, maybe it went somewhere, there's no way to trace it. And that's kind of what it is like with Adam and Eve. Genetics, we thought, told us that it was a challenge to them, but it turns out that if we remember that there's space for people outside the garden in the tradition, they're just not a problem. In fact, if they're very recent, they're like genetic ghosts. Now, I do put a caveat in the book, engaging with reasons to believe ideas, and also Bill Craig's, that there is a loophole here. If Adam and Eve are more ancient, there are scenarios we can imagine where they might also be our genetic ancestors. So in the reasons to believe model, for example, Adam and Eve are our genealogical ancestors. But the terminology you would use is that even though that there's input from Neanderthals and Denisovans, they're still our sole genetic ancestors. And what's meant by that, or progenitors, and what's meant by that is that all of us inherit the DNA that makes us human by direct descent from Adam and Eve, which is very different than saying that all of our DNA comes exclusively by direct descent from Adam and Eve. That was like a major place of confusion that I even personally had about this. So there was a major misunderstanding. So in fact, all of the discussion that we've had over the last decade about a genetic bottleneck may have been in a complete misunderstanding at the core of it, even when we talk about a genetic Adam and Eve. Which, to me, I'm still getting my head around how big the misunderstandings have been. And I want to tell you that this is actually not an uncommon thing that happens in interdisciplinary research. And part of the way I've become very good at interdisciplinary research is sussing out these issues in totally secular areas and trying to make progress as an understanding by really clarifying our definitions across boundaries. So let me explain a little bit more about the way I'm theologically thinking about this. I'm going to come back to this too. But what I would say is that we can take the Genesis account taken consistent with the Chicago Statements on Inerrancy, which is essentially trying to affirm a realism to Genesis. And that story could be entirely true without modification. It's just that the way how it speaks to larger things is just by having internal clues that there's a mystery outside the garden. And in that mystery, science has explored a different story and shown something that looks at least a lot like evolution. And that's just happening outside the view of Scripture. And Scripture doesn't have to talk about that very much because those people that didn't descend from Adam and Eve in our distant past, they're not even around anymore. So that's not really part of God's necessary communication to us in Scripture. In the same way we don't get the equations for the Big Bang in Genesis, it just doesn't do that. Instead, for some reason, the way how Genesis is written, it just leaves us people wondering for the last 2,000 years of what's going on outside the garden, and that creates an immense amount of space for science to happen. And then as I just explained the science, there ends up being an immense amount of space for us to wonder about God doing specific things like this that end up impacting everything, because genealogical descent really isn't as visible to science as we thought. And this isn't, I don't think it's valid to actually call this a few things. First of all, I don't think we can call this a clever trick that is like, changing the tradition. The fact of the matter is, Scripture does not talk about DNA. It doesn't talk about a double helix. There's no reference to genetic ancestry in Scripture. If you read Genesis, there's a large number of genealogies of parents begetting ancestors. So in that language is the language of genealogies. That's a type of ancestry, I think, that Scripture is teaching. And if you look at the demands of orthodoxy, the demands are stated often as we all descend from Adam and Eve, which is very different than saying we all genetically descend or we all get DNA from them. Now, maybe that might be true too. That's another model, it's another view. But I don't think that can be really clearly or fairly stated as the demands of orthodoxy. Another way that this is misunderstood is a type of noma, or non-overlapping magisteria. That's not fair too, because if you look at the black, it's saying that it's the same physical reality. It's just different perspectives on it. So Noma would say that science has domain over the physical world, and at least the simplest interpretation. I think Gould probably meant it a little bit more nuanced than that. And then religion might have like some role to say something about our values. Well, actually, I'm saying that Scripture might have something to say salient and meaningful about our same physical world. It's just not in conflict with what science is saying. Another way I think this is misinterpreted as the negative form of concordism, which is sometimes called eisegesis. But I didn't say that Scripture teaches us evolution. I just said that Scripture makes space for evolution. And I think that's a very important distinction. Eisegesis means reading something to Scripture that's not there. The fact of the matter is I'm taking an entirely traditional view, and I'm presenting a scenario that contains the traditional account within it, unmodified. That is my point. And so this all began actually from a conversation with theistic evolutionists about 3 years ago, where they said the traditional de novo account of Adam and Eve has been disproven by evolution. And I said, well, that's not true. Actually, science does not show us that fact. And so the issue of being traditional, de novo, and even sole progenitor are key parts of the argument. My argument is not merely that this is possible, but this is the traditional account unchanged. Now with this, I want to remind you that I come in peace. I understand some people might disagree with this account. And when I say traditional, sometimes people think that that means that I'm using a big gigantic club to hit you over the head to say you have an anti-traditional view. Well, the reasons to believe model does not actually fit what I just defined as traditional, but I would say that it has many traditional affirmations. And so in a way, it is traditional. I think there's actually a great deal of diversity in traditional. And I think that that is fine. I just think there's a value in recognizing that God has not just spoken to us in Scripture, he's also guided the thoughts of the church over the last 2,000 years. There's a value in recognizing and embracing that tradition. And I'm not comfortable taking the anti-traditional view I see among some people. Now, a key part of seeking peace, I found, is really trying to hash out language to make sense of stuff. There's several words here that end up being really critical. I end up naming 2 parts of the book and 2 key points around one of them. What do you mean by ancestor? Is it genealogical or genetic? And then we're even trying to really hash out what we mean by sole progenitor. This other big one is human. I think there's a major problem that's happened when people conflated and thrown around human when they're making scientific claims. It's created an immense amount of confusion. For example, in the Reasons to Believe model, human is thought to be synonymous with Homo sapiens. But when I talk to people at Reasons to Believe, their understanding of human aligns somewhat with the meaning of Homo sapiens in science, but it's more essentialist, which makes complete sense than any scientist that's not an essentialist or not a Christian probably would ever imagine. And that language confusion creates unnecessary conflict. And I think it's better even understood as saying that you guys think human is well aligned with the concept of science of Homo sapiens, but maybe isn't precisely that. And if that alone would, I think, obviate an immense amount of objections, for example. But it can go farther, too. It turns out that the precise use of the meaning of human has actually been part of how the manipulation of that has been part of how the findings of population genesis have been presented as a major threat to the doctrine of monogenesis. Once again, even the meaning of monogenesis is a key thing. And I also know a key thing for many of the scholars at Reasons to Believe is what is the meaning of the image of God. Everyone thinks the image of God is important, but I found that across there's like no agreement about that is, and what you actually think about the image of God, what you actually think about human, and how those interact, that actually has a huge determinative force in terms of how you're going to go down through this. I could go down this list, and obviously evolution is another very charged word, and that's just the stuff that we have to figure out. I think an immense amount of conflict is actually because we're using the same terms with very different meanings and not granting legitimacy to another person's meaning. And one way we can start making space for one another is taking into account how other people make sense of it. Let me give you an example of this. This was actually put in print just a couple days ago by an organization which I won't mention. Which I would say is a clearly false statement. It says that a model of two Homo sapiens as recent sole progenitors is inconsistent with the scientific evidence. To take that view is to disagree with the fundamental premise of my book. So I want to just discuss what I mean by sole progenitors just a little more detail, and it'll make a little more sense. Sole progenitors is not a scientific term. That's the first thing to recognize. It is a theological term. It is not scientific. And so for that reason alone, theologians have autonomy to define that term, how they see fit. That just seems pretty reasonable. And I think that if we're going to make scientific claims, in general, we should not be making them with theological terms that have disputed meanings or multiple meanings. One example of a definition of this term that I put forward in the book is sole genealogical progenitorship, which matches, for example, exactly the monogenesis tradition of the Catholic Church. And so I've shown how sole progenitorship, therefore, recent with Adam and Eve just 6,000 years ago, is entirely consistent with the scientific evidence. And this statement becomes false just because there's no legitimacy granted to a different definition than what these people surely mean, which is that we all have genetic ancestor Adam and Eve very recently in the past. And this is just not legitimate for scientists to say, in my view, because what it's doing is it's actually a type of concordism, where you take a scientific impression of what that word must mean, and then we just force it into the theology and say that's what it must mean. And I don't think that that's really how this works. Scientists, there's ways to state this. What you could say is, for example, a model of Adam and Eve recently in the past in which there are no people outside the garden that interbreed with their lineage, that is not consistent with the evidence. So I've just made the exact same scientific claim without creating a false, misunderstandable statement. It's entirely possible. We just have to give up in science of trying to make strong theological claims when we don't have the right to define theological language. Does that make sense? All right. Next thing I just want to talk about, and then just transition to the panel, is the image of God. I know this is really important to Reasons to Believe. I don't actually take a position on the image of God in the book. If you take a substantialist point of view on it, that means that you believe that, that there's key parts about our attributes. For example, a Catholic might say a rational soul. We had a beautiful conversation yesterday with several RTB scholars discussing this. And there's ideas like rationality and the human mind. And I just want to point out, the human mind is a gigantic mystery within secular science as it is. We've never seen anything like the human mind before. It is just one of the great things that we ponder about. It's one of the grand questions in science that science certainly adds information to, but it has not foreclosed every mystery about the human mind. Would you agree with that, Nathan? I got nodded by a yes on that. And I would say that what's going on, actually, if you look at the theological discourse on even what the image of God is and what those attributes are, what I actually see is something very beautiful going on. We see this deep tradition in the church of contemplating what it means to be human. And that's one of the grand questions that unsettles any simple answer. If you're really engaging that question, you should see exactly what we do see, is that no one can quite agree exactly what the image of God is, even amongst the substantialists. There's an immense amount of instability in that, and that actually is what makes the conversation dynamic and interesting and fun. But if you were substantialist, how would you make sense of this? There are a couple ways. So Andrew Locke is one of the panelists. He would say maybe there's some key, hard to see attribute that's unique to Adam and Eve's descendants that's conveyed by genealogical descent from them, maybe in some sort of soul substance. That is one valid way to go. And I think what I put forward here makes space for that. I think some substantialists aren't okay with that. They want the difference to be something that's kind of more obvious and visible. So another way to think about it is that the image of God might arise, in this model, the image of God might arise more in the distant past than Adam and Eve. So maybe it actually arises 200,000 years ago with the rise of Homo sapiens. That's actually when the image of God arises in a substantial sense. And Scripture picks up the story in media res with Adam and Eve. And there's this mystery of how they're outside. And that works with both the recapitulatory and sequential reading of Genesis. I'm not saying you need to adopt that, but I do know there's actually people and reasons to believe that really, or people in your constituency that really wonder and are really attracted to that idea. I think it's viable from a scientific and a theological point of view. One of the most encouraging things to see is people like Jack Collins and Ken Keithley and other theologians say, hey, you know what? This is viable. Maybe the precise way you put it forward in this book isn't perfect, and we want to adjust it. And I'm like, yes, go play with the toys. I'm not trying to make anything, settled. That's one way to do it. Another way too is to say that that the structure of the humans, that part of the image of God arises earlier, but the final part of what it means, the image of God in our context, is some sort of calling or vocation. And that's something that's not our attributes. It's something that God grants to Adam and Eve's descendants. That's not in our attributes. It's just a calling that God gives Adam and Eve's descendants. In that sense, that the complete image of God arises just in Adam and Eve, even though the full structure of a human exists in the far distant past, and everyone alive today is in the full image of God. That's another way to handle it. There are many, many more. In fact, I think one of the most exciting things going forward is to see all the different ways that theologians approach this and put together the pieces. This is definitely not a statement against the substantialist view. It's just asking substantialists to really justify from the tradition and from Scripture, why is it that you deny that there could be the image of God before, and at the same time, maybe even make allowance for the image of God in aliens in the side. Now, I know that even with that, some people are going to disagree with me. Bill Craig, a very dear friend of mine, disagrees with me. We've had these debates back and forth for a very long time. He thinks the substantialist image of God has to arise with Adam and Eve in the distant past. That's why we're writing a book together. That'll be fun to explore, a lot of new toys to play with. But so once again, I'm not trying to force you down a path. I'm just letting you know how it could overlay on this. And I want to say that we're inviting theologians to engage, and I really encourage you to engage with these three theologians that I found to be particularly helpful in terms of presenting alternate ways to think about this from a substantialist point of view. One is Andrew Locke, who's here. The other one is John C. Collins. He, once again, has some tools in his toolbox that I think are going to be particularly useful for a substantialist point of view in the past, and I'm happy to explain that. And there's going to be a lot more I'll be explaining about that. The other one is Antoine Suarez. There's more people I could note too that through this journey of the last couple of years, I've just found people that are going to be uniquely helpful, I think, to reasons to believe. So I very much hope you engage with them. And of course, there's Bill Craig, who is here as well. I also want to say that I'm inviting scientists to engage. I think especially as the conversation goes into how humanness arose in the distant past, which my book doesn't really even get into at all. It just presumes that humanness arose somehow. I think there's a really interesting and important opportunity for exchange. Nathan Lentz is an atheist scientist, a biologist who's here. I've learned an immense amount from just talking to him and engaging with him, and he's been a friend. And I'll even say the same about Jerry. Jerry calls this bogus, quasi-scientific accommodationalism, which of course he has to. But I actually like it because he didn't call it pseudoscientific, right? He doesn't call it creationist. And he gets actually a lot of my motivations in this far more correct than some of the Christians I've actually engaged with over the last couple of years. Now, he didn't actually read the book, so he gets some of my proposal wrong. Well, that's fine. Eventually, he'll get around to reading it, I'm sure. But really, my invitation to you is to come play with me. You don't have to accept every little thing. There's a lot of tools here that I think are widely being agreed upon as correct. It makes an immense amount of space for you. I put it together one way. You want to put it together with some other way? Fine. Show me how you do it. Let's play together. Let's look at the beauty of it together. And also, come back to this question: could I be acceptable? Could Bill Craig and Ann Gager and other people, are we acceptable among you too? Even though we define human in different ways, and we think about the image of God in different ways, but we all do affirm things like inerrancy. Is there space for us amongst you? Are we acceptable? That's a question I have. And I hope the answer is yes, and I hope it's not just a yes top down or bottom up, but it's a broad yes that everyone agrees on that. And that brings us to an ancient question, an ancient conversation together about what the meaning of human is. And I actually care about questions, for the panelists, I actually really want to know what's been helpful about this work for you? How has it made a difference? How does it give some new way forward? And how can we really take use of this to really seek peace together? So you can ask me a question, but honestly, if you could really explain that, about how maybe this could help us seek peace together in this no man's land between the trenches, I'd really want to know more of that and how this might have been helpful to you too. So thanks a lot. Thank you for your time.
All right, this is the panel discussion following the presentation by Dr. Swamidass. In the panel discussions, it'll be facilitated questions. I will serve as facilitator and participant, and it'll be offered in rounds from the participating panelists. We want the focal point of the panel to engage RTB's human origins model, and then we hope that you will, and the genealogical Adam and Eve model that Joshua just spoke on, and we hope that we want to encourage you to ask questions as to where the genealogical Adam and Eve model may still face challenges from observational science and or theology, and how the GAE model raises challenges that may be in tension or in conflict with the RTB sole genetic progenitor model. I really would like to thank each of our panelists very much for giving of your time and of your expertise to this endeavor. And so we are joined live by Dr. Jeff Schloss. Jeff received his BS in biology from Wheaton College, his PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology from Washington University, and has been a Plummer Fellow at Oxford and a Crossan Fellow in philosophy and religion at Notre Dame. Jeff is currently Senior Scholar at the BioLogos Foundation and the T.B. Walker Chair of Biology at Westmont College, where he directs the Center for Faith, Ethics, and Life Sciences. If you want more information about BioLogos, you can find them online at biologos.org. Joining us from Hong Kong is Dr. Andrew Loke. He's an Associate Professor in the Department of Religion and Philosophy at Hong Kong Baptist University. Andrew did his PhD at King's College London, which covered the disciplines of systematic theology, analytic philosophy of religion, and historical critical studies. He is the author of The Origins of Divine Christology, God and Ultimate Origins, a cryptic model of the Incarnation, and Investigating the Resurrection of Jesus Christ. He's published numerous articles in leading international peer-reviewed journals, such as the International Journal for Philosophy of Religion and the Journal of Theological Studies. Welcome, Dr. Loke. Joining us from South Carolina is Dr. Ken Keithley. Hopefully we'll see Ken up. Maybe Ken should say something so his screen pops up over Andrew's. Ken is currently serving as Professor of Theology and Director of the L. Russ Bush Center for Faith and Culture at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary in Wake Forest. Ken graduated from Southeastern with a Master of Divinity and a PhD in Theology. Welcome, Dr. Keithley. Okay, I'm going to ask Jeff Schloss, since he's here live and in person, to lead us off with the first question. But the questions will be offered in rounds. Josh will have an opportunity to respond. If there's any need for a counter response, I'll be keeping my eye on that. And if one of the other panelists would like to weigh in, I'll keep my eyes open on you guys as well. So Jeff, what's your most burning question?
Or how would you answer my question, too?
Or how
Is that
would
possible?
Yeah,
Sure,
I can do both
sure.
together.
Yeah.
So Josh asked for us to reflect how your proposal and your work has, in what ways we have benefited from it. Of course, that assumes that we have benefited. And actually I have. And I think many of us have, because one of the things that you have done, Josh, is both invite us and push us to think about the definition of fundamental terms, and to question the fact that although many of us have thought that it was not only obvious and also historically consistent that certain terms were taken in a particular way. That's not always the case. You've done that with human, you've done that with sole progenitor, you've done that massively with ancestry. So that's been really important to me, and I want to thank you for that.
Thanks.
And so, and not only are those terms often been used in different ways, both denotatively and connotatively, but different uses have very profound implications for both how we understand the science relating to them and their theological implications. So thank you. And here's where my first question comes from. So you've invited us to consider and appreciate the ambiguity in the term human, that it can have theological definitions, it can have biological taxonomic definitions, there can be, so thank you. And here's my question. You mentioned that the RTB model has a substantialist view of what constitutes the human, and that their view is that we got genes that were determinative of the human from humanness. So there may have been, and there were, other genetic ancestors, maybe Denisovans and Neanderthal, but humanness was transmitted by certain genes that conferred essential properties, or
in part. That's
yeah,
part. That's
in
what I
part.
understand, though.
Yeah.
I would just
So-
say about reasons to believe I don't actually speak for them. That's the only
Yeah,
thing.
so I'm eager to hear from Faz and others, but here's my question. You have been careful to say that although there were other beings outside the garden, and in fact perhaps Homo sapiens outside the garden, who were fully deserving of moral dignity and respect, that there's some other dimension to what constitutes the humanity of Adam and Eve. How does that relate? How would you relate that view to RTB's model, that there's something distinctive and materially distinctive about
So if
humanity?
Adam and Eve are going to be recent, I don't believe it's possible to make consistent with the evidence that there's anything in our physical substance that we all get by direct descent from Adam and Eve. I don't believe that that's possible. As I understand it, so I'm not a philosopher of religion. Depending how we understand the soul and the soul substance, if you're substance dualists or that, or there is possible a way, and I think Dr. Loke, who's on our panel, goes that path, and I've talked to Ken Keithley, I think he goes down that path as well, or will go down that path of locating something, some part of our uniqueness, or some part of our humanness, maybe that isn't even clearly visible in that soul substance going that way. But I don't think you'll see an easy way to say that, that I don't think it's actually possible. I think science statistically shows that in our physical bodies, and I would say even our minds, are essentially identical from inside to outside the garden in the last 10,000 years. Now, I didn't consider the case of a very ancient Adam and Eve. And in that case, I think all bets could be off, actually, on that. And I think that actually the scientific questions get far more complex, and it gets into a large number of nuances about exactly how our humanness is couched in our physical bodies, which is not an easy question, and how that's transmitted. And so I completely punted on those questions in this book because I knew they were so complex. And then Bill invited me to write a book with him because he really cared about this. He doesn't like the idea of moving Adam and Eve more recent than having the image of God before, like that. We've debated about this a ton. We had a very interesting conversation, though. He said, though, in his view, this could still be an acceptable view, but it's just not his view. But I think there's interesting questions that come up there from a scientific point of view. And I think that's going to be really fun to explore. And that's what I'm really having a lot of fun doing in this book. And I think there's going to be a large number of questions about actually how humanness can spread from a single couple, and what science does really limit and what it doesn't, and in what ways we might have to think about God's action in that context or not. And it's just so complex, there's just no way I can even really get into it now.
So I'm just going to dive in here and say that because we want to be careful about terms and make sure that we're using them in ways that are communicating clearly to people who are just
Sure.
listening in. you started with recent, and then you went to more ancient, and somewhere in the middle there was muddled references to RTB's model and you not being the spokesperson. So I'd ask that we use recent consistently to mean something perhaps 10,000 years or more recent. The RTB model is an intermediate date model, and you may lump those two together when you start to talk about genetic evidences. But again, you mentioned in your presentation that it's a strong parallel to the concept of Homo sapien, which would put it with modern human anatomically, which would make it about 150.
Which all demonstrates my point.
Ago.
The ancient Adam view is very complicated.
And the ancient Adam view then would be even more ancient than perhaps the intermediate view, which might go all the way back to 500,000 years, right? Okay, so
well, in that case, I was actually lumping intermediate and ancient, just meaning not recent. Okay. So maybe a not recent Adam.
Okay.
But I think this actually gets to the complexity, because I think what's going to be really interesting about this conversation is it's going to really interact deeply with the science of anthropogeny. Which is, there's an immense amount of scientific work put into how humanness arises and how we identify when we look at it. It is an immensely interesting and deep and complex area that is stuff that you, Reasons to Believe, have been engaging with for a very long time. And Bill Craig and I are like emailing back and forth on a regular basis going into. It's really immensely interesting, and there's going to be very legitimate debates about when exactly to draw that line of where human is. And I think there's even going to be some cases that's going to make it easier for Reasons to Believe to make their case.
So at this point, I'm going to invite the next question from Dr. Loke, from Andrew. But before I do that, I'd like to encourage the panelists and the participants to, especially those that are going to be part of the closed session later, to jot down your questions, to actually put them in writing, because this way we can revisit those questions when we meet later to start hashing some of the details out. Andrew, do you have a question?
Oh, hi, yes. It's a privilege to be in this panel, and can you hear me?
Hold on just a minute. We need larger, higher volume for you in the meeting room. Can you keep talking so we know when we accomplish what we want?
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No?
Maybe Ken Keithley has a question for us.
Hi.
It's going to be very difficult to hear you if they don't get the volume up on you.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you faintly.
All right, let's see if we can ask the question.
Okay,
and we'll try
and ask.
All right, so thank you so much, Josh, for your talk and for your work. I've benefited a lot and learned a lot from you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great, yes. So my question is concerning that there are different...
Oh, we just lost you.
We lost your audio again, completely.
Book, right? There are some...
there you go, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so there are some genealogical Adam models which postulate Adam as the first anatomical Homo with the image of God, right? And there are some genealogical Adam models which does not do that, right? So in your book, I think you focus, you spend more you spend more time talking about the second model because you interpret Genesis 1 and 2 sequentially, and because of that you affirm that there are already some image of God's bearers even before Adam, right? And they are created in Genesis 1, and then Adam was created later on. But as you know, in my book, the book that I'm writing currently, I actually spend more time talking about the second model, the other model, which affirms that Adam was the very first one, right, to have the image of God, right? And I think both of us are open to explore these two options. But my concern here is that because my understanding of the RTB model is that the RTB model would affirm Adam to be the first one, right? To be the first one with the image of God. Yeah. So in that sense, my model is actually closer to the RTB model in that sense. You're in great agreement.
Yes, that is
and
true.
So,
but I would say, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So I suspect that both of us would have questions to ask you, right, about this, right? And therefore, I want to raise the question: how would you address those Bible passages which seems to imply that Adam is the first one, right? To be the first real human being, right? To have the image of God. And because you didn't talk about that just now in your talk, I didn't hear you speak on that just now. So I would like to ask you on this. So, for example, the passage in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 45, where it says that Adam is the first man. Right? The first man, Adam, the Greek is protos anthropos, right?
And then it says
Adam,
that Jesus is
right.
the last. So I think I got your question. Let me see if I got it correctly. You're saying, how do I think, how am I working through the exegetes that would object to the idea of a sequential reading of Genesis that would suggest That's what you're saying. So first of all, the book does not use a sequential reading. That's actually a misunderstanding that arises because one of the some of the earliest drafts of the book did assume a sequential reading. The current draft of the book does not actually use a sequential reading. It shows how that scenario works, whether or not you use recapitulatory or you use a sequential reading of Genesis. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I deal specifically with the question of 1 Corinthians 15. We know from that same passage that Jesus is the last Adam. Yet somehow we're all here, and I think we're human. So it literally in that sentence, it says that Jesus was the last Adam, and that Adam was the first one, right? So I think that we know that Jesus is the last, and there were still humans that came afterwards, and we know that Adam was the first, but there's also no reference to the image of God. I think what this is talking about is about a deep parallel between Adam's calling and Jesus' calling. And I think that both of them, I mean, what I suggest, and I think there's some, but you can, if you totally disagree with me on this, I'm okay with that. But I think, and come up with what your interpretation is, this isn't actually married to the proposal at all. But I'd say is that what God was doing is he wanted to give, the thing that he was doing that was similar between Adam and Jesus is that he was trying to inaugurate a new relationship with physical death for everyone. And that if Adam had been faithful, the garden would have spread across the earth. We'd all have access to the tree of life, and we would all we'd all be in that place to be able to actually have physical immortality. Now, he failed. That's the fallen nature. That's why we're stuck in this state which God did not intend for us. And therefore, Jesus comes as the second one. There's like the first attempt that God made, and then it raises all the questions of a felix culpa and why God actually made an attempt that failed and allowed the fall to happen, which I will allow the religious philosophers to explain from how that actually has been worked out in traditional theology. Actually, that's something that arises in traditional theology anyways. There's nothing new here. And to then say, okay, so Adam failed, but Jesus succeeds where Adam failed. So that's how I would handle that question, is to say this idea of the image of God being outside the garden is not married to a sequential reading, nor does it create any problems with that. Now, some people will disagree with me. So for example, I'm pretty sure that Jack Collins disagrees with me, and he thinks that human is in the image of God, but the way how he resolves it, and that's Adam and Eve are the first, but I'm pretty sure the way how he resolves it is by taking not a substantialist view of the image of God. He would probably say, well, if you take a substantialist view of the image of God, well, then it arises in the distant past. But he takes a vocational view of the image of God, and that arises specifically from Adam and Eve and goes out from there. And in that sense, in his view, Adam and Eve are the first that are in the image of God, and they are the ones that are the first. I mean, I say human of Scripture, but we need to put a major asterisk on there because Genesis doesn't actually say the word human, nor does, then 1 Corinthians. So we're not really talking about humanness. He's not saying it's the first with humanness. He's talking about the first human to whom Scripture is referring and discussing. So that's how I would handle that, by just saying that there are actually, I just gave you several ways to work through that. I think there are many more than I just laid out. I actually think it's going to be really interesting to see how many ways there are to make sense of it. Does that make sense, Andrew?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, because I can't hear you very clearly, so I only got caught some of the things you said. So in case I missed anything, I'm sorry about that. But I think I roughly understood your reply. And so let me say something in response. So the first thing is, now I'm willing to explore the option that you raised, right? So I'm not attacking you in any way, but I'm raising some concerns that I have, and I suspect these concerns will also be among people in RTB as well, since we both agree, acknowledge Adam as the first one with the image of God, and so I'm raising these issues for you to address. And with regards to the point you said just now about Adam being the first and Jesus being the last, right? So it says that Jesus is the last Adam, but the text does not say that Jesus is the last man. I mean, it doesn't say exkatos anthropon Jesu or whatever, right? It doesn't say that. It says the last Adam, right? So my understanding of the text is that yes, Adam is the first because he is the first representative of us in a way that his actions has consequences on the rest of humanity. And Jesus is the last one, the last representative, right? The last one whose consequences has the opposite effect on humanity, right? That results in salvation. So the first Adam and the last Adam is parallel in that sense. However, there's a word that is used for Adam that is not used for Christ, right? And the word is anthropon, right? It says the first man, Adam.
So I also do have an extended section on how those are used. I mean, look, what I would just say here is that I'm not an exegete. I'm not a theologian. I don't even understand, I don't understand Hebrew. And I look around this room and I see people who speak Greek fluently, who, or at least read it and write it. And my job at this point is not, I'm not actually intending to go much farther than I have. And that's actually one of the reasons, Andrew, why I really commended you to Reasons to Believe. I actually think the way you're reading Genesis is probably closer to the way they are. And you might, and maybe we just end up kind of just not having our preferred positions be identical, and I'm okay with that. I think, I don't know if I know how to resolve it better because I'm just not as competent at this as you are. Does that make sense?
So at this point, I'm going to jump in, and thank you, Andrew. I think it was a very pertinent question, and I enjoyed the dialogue, and I know you may be tempted to want to continue it, but for the sake of getting more than one question in each, I'm gonna move on to Ken Keithley. If you want to come back with a question that's related to this the second time we come to you, I'll let you do that. But let's move now to Ken. Ken, you've been referenced before in some of the responses, and you are one of the RTB scholar community people, so maybe you'd like to weigh in with a precursory comment, a brief one if you can, and then pose your question for Josh or respond to the question that Josh asked us.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon here, and I regret not being with you in person. The blizzard in the Midwest changed my flying plans. I do appreciate the work that Joshua is doing. Joshua, appreciate your presentation, and you know that I gave an endorsement to your book. I enjoy it very much. Still have some questions. I'm not a scientist. I do theology. So for me, the questions that come to mind have to do, is this a, sort of the inductive question, is this a plausible model? And I think that it's at least an acceptable one. Let's talk about the Tasmanian objection. One of the things I do appreciate that Joshua's model does is that in many ways it fits in very much with the discussion that's been going on since the days of the early church. I mean, you have the famous passage from Augustine all the way through Aquinas in which they ask the question, are there people on the other side of the world? Do antipods exist? And you have, like I said, the famous passage in City of God where Augustine says, well, maybe, no, there is no evidence. And at that time, they didn't have any empirical evidence of people being on the other side of the world. But he raised two concerns. He said, well, if there are people on the other side of the world, well, first off, how would we understand them to be connected to Adam? How would we understand them to be the offspring of Adam? And second, this would raise the difficult question or concern that there are people who've never heard the gospel. And so what he was concerned with, and something that is addressed throughout the centuries, is what's called the scandal of particularity. How is it that particular events of two men, the first Adam and the last Adam, how is it that what they did has universal consequences and ramifications? And so one of the things that I really appreciate about Joshua's project, his model, is that it brings us back to those very serious questions. When, even up through the time of Aquinas, he said, "Oh, surely everybody's heard the gospel." There's, he imagined maybe there's somebody who's been raised by wild beasts, wolves maybe, who's, that's never heard. Of course, then when the New World is discovered and they find out that not only do antipods exist, they're in the majority, the way the church responded was in the great missions movement. You have the Jesuits going immediately. You have everyone from William Carey onward from the Protestants. But that was still addressing the issue of the scandal of particularity. This has always been a stumbling block for skeptics. You have Porphyry in the early church saying, wait a minute, how could the activities of this one man in Nazareth have universal implications? Or even Rousseau, you find where he writes those kind of things. So, Joshua, with that in mind, I'd like to ask you, what has been the response of others who are in the genealogical field? This is their area of expertise. How have they raised up the objections of those that say, well, wait a minute, what about those in Tasmania, or what about those in South America? What has been the response of other experts in the field, and how have you addressed them, responded to them?
Yeah. So it's a question of isolation of genealogies. Is that what you're basically getting
It's
at?
the isolation of Tasmania.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first comment I just want to say is that I think you're absolutely right. I think this is also another good clue that this really is a traditional account. It raises the question of why did God allow the fall, which has been a historical contemplation, which we talked about Felix Culpa, which Plantinga revived. To some thoughts about that. It also raises questions about the scandal of particularity, which has been deep conversations in the traditions of the church. If it wasn't a traditional account, maybe it wouldn't raise those. I think this is also, once again, evidence that this is like a return to the tradition. So I think, and I've also really appreciated your comments about it's really, even if Tasmania truly is isolated, and Adam and Eve really were 6,000 years ago, though I don't know of anyone, I shouldn't say anyone, I don't know very many people who are going to insist on that and not have moved back just to 10,000 years ago or so. Then we're still just back to the same question of scandal of particularity, as long as we have a good account for human rights and worth for those people. So how have scientists responded? Well, now that the book is public, it's been interesting. So I think that there's a range, and it really depends on to the extent to which they understand what I've said. Some people have heard from others that I've made claims that I did not make. One person actually said that I said it was unreasonable to believe that Tasmania was isolated. That's just not true. I did not say it's not reasonable. I said it is very reasonable to believe that Tasmania is not true. So if you heard that was a claim, and some scientists did, they would react very strongly to it. And some have reacted very strongly to something that's actually not in the book. It's actually clearly and explicitly said opposite of that. And so why did someone say that about my book? I mean, that's a great question to ask that person. Now, those that actually have read the book and complained, I've got no objections from them because it's handled very clearly. And so, I mean, if I have any problems, I've also, what I've done too, and I think this is actually very important, I've subjected myself to a higher standard than I've subjected other people. I already have issued my very first set of erratums on the book. I have a process in place that has oversight for for anyone to submit errors they find in the book. Most of them are typos, and I am very prone to typos. So there's going to be very, very long erratum lists. And that's okay. But there's also been at least 2 significant issues that I've already found in the book that are very important, and I've kind of acknowledged and retracted one. There's another one I've been exploring with Devin Gavot, Alan Love, and Ken Kemp on my specific use of the term monophyletic and polyphyletic. And that's going to actually require a bit more of an explanation to get that, because it's a really critical chapter of the book. And so, yeah, I mean, were there errors in my book? Oh, I can tell you, yes, there are errors in the book. Do they affect the main point? I've not seen anything that affects the main point or my conclusions. And if I do, I will be really quickly and publicly clear about it.
So just to refocus the question and the response, Ken was asking specifically about Tasmania. What's the challenge and what's been your response to that? What I heard you say was that maybe there was isolation in Tasmania, and the easiest fix, if you will, is to not pose a recent Adam and Eve of 6,000 years, but to push that back at least 4,000 years to 10,000
no,
years to
that's
allow
not what
for
I'm
more.
saying. That's not what I'm saying
so
at all.
we need clarification then.
So I'm saying that, first of all, the actual argument in the book is nuanced. What I would say is that science cannot definitively tell us with evidence whether or not it is isolated. There's no evidence that I know of that demonstrates mixing, but there's three types of isolation to consider. There's genetic, geographic, and genealogical. Now, those three types of isolation are often conflated. And science is very evidential. We're driven by evidence, and that sometimes slips into a type of positivism. So we think if there's no evidence for something, it didn't happen. But the fact of the matter is we expect that very, very rare amounts of migration, which would break genealogical isolation, and can't be fully ruled out by geographic isolation, won't be detected in genetics. So we can't distinguish between zero migrants and nearly zero migrants. We just can't do that scientifically, so we can't say. And because we don't have a way to do that, there's going to be an immense amount of dispute about this. And I think it's very reasonable for someone to say the geographic, was so significant it didn't happen. But I think it's going to require a far more careful argument than is being made currently now to really make that stronger. So, for example, some people have argued that, well, the people in Tasmania only have, like boats that can go, just a little bit, like a little while, and they fall apart. But we're not talking about people getting from Tasmania to Australia. We're talking about people getting from Australia to Tasmania. Or not even from Australia. It could have been from somewhere else in Polynesia to Tasmania. And if you have, that technology, you can go pretty far. The other assumption that's embedded in that is that once a society has technology, they never lose it. We know specifically in the case of Tasmania, that's false. For example, we know in the last few thousand years, they used to have the technology of fishing, and now they don't. So this whole presumption about looking at where they are now to say that that's how we know where things are now, that's a major assumption. And I think, if you really want to make a strong case, you need to engage all of that in very careful detail, and no one has really thought carefully about that. And frankly, even at the end of the day, even if you made a strong case, it's just beyond science to make a claim about something that rare. And a common thing that comes up is the rafting pregnant monkey of Daryl Falk that created the old, so from an evolutionary point of view, you have all the old world monkeys, and all of a sudden, after the continent separated, you see New World monkeys arise in South America. How did that happen? Well, there's really convoluted stories that are probably true, I will say, that are devised to say how a pregnant rafting monkey got all the way there, and it was the founder of all of those. And so, I think we just got to be a little bit careful. I think what's going on is our intuition doesn't work well when we talk about long periods in the past about very rare events. It just doesn't work. We're talking about large numbers multiplied by tiny numbers. And so just going off intuition isn't going to work. And I don't actually think it's possible to know that for sure. Some scientists will say that means it didn't happen, and I'm fine with that. You can dispute it. I'm not going to go have a fight about that with you. I think it's entirely plausible for a theologian to say, I think that actually that it did get there. And there's no way to demonstrate that Tasmanians actually clearly were not genealogically connected to us. But I can't demonstrate it clearly either. And I clearly lay that out in the book, and I say very up front, it is reasonable to disagree with me on this.
Okay, so the theologians and the philosophers may find that more satisfying than some scientists. Let's see what the other scientists on the panel thinks, if he wants to weigh in with some comments or something.
Well, yeah,
I do think it's important.
And then I'll let you follow
I'm
up
sorry.
after Jeff, Ken. I'll let you follow up.
Okay, all right, thanks.
A quick comment and a question. The rafting pregnant monkeys is really a great image to use to think about this, because it illustrates the way in which our background assumptions or initial commitments influence our receptivity to what seem to be, at face value, improbable events. So if you are convinced that the New World monkeys share common ancestry to Old World monkeys, and both you and I are, by the way, then we have to think up some way that they got from,
way.
and that really seems to be crazy. So some of our colleagues at the Discovery Institute, for example, point to the existence of New World monkeys as evidence of special creation because it seems so improbable that a monkey could raft across the ocean. So that's just a comment to...
Pregnant and alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say actually crossing the Bass Strait over the last, like in that period from 6,000 years ago to 2,000 years is probably more likely than that event. But it's also a shorter period of time. So this is where it's actually very hard to think systematically about it.
So only to say, to emphasize and express appreciation for the very spirit of this conference, that in recognizing different background assumptions and different definitions of terms, maybe we need to create space for to have conversation with each other. Here's my question. And
But Ken had a question.
Ken wanted to follow up on the question again because
okay.
it's your turn again.
No, I think Jeff said what I was hoping to say,
Okay, good.
and that is that even the scientific community are very much involved in what we would call abductive reasoning, in that we are talking about our models providing plausibility structures. And therefore, certain scenarios seem more plausible within a certain model than others.
Yeah.
And so therefore, something that seems eminently reasonable to us seems very strange and almost absurd to somebody operating with a different model, which is one of the advantages of having this interdisciplinary conversation, so that because what is one person's model is another person's confirmation bias. In that things that need to be challenged and should be challenged many times are not by those who share the same model. And here's where having someone come up with a different model, saying, "Well, have you thought about this?" At the end of the day, regardless if we end up being convinced by our dear brother in Christ, he's still done us a wonderful service by making us think outside the box.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah. I'm going to let Jeff go next. I was going to go next because I actually have a question, but Jeff has already said that he had one that was tangential to this. So after Jeff, I'm not going to Andrew. I'm coming back to myself. So, okay.
So yeah, I do have a question that relates to this the Tasmania issue, and I want to apologize in advance because it's going to sound like a really narrow question, but I'm just very curious about this. So Josh, in your talk, you had a slide that had a chart, and by the way, I really appreciate this, that you're not pushing for certainty on these questions. So you had a chart of the shared ancestry of Tasmania at different time periods. So at 15,000 years, very likely. At 10,000 years, it could be likely with certain assumptions that are plausible. 6,000 or less, it could be likely with assumptions I'm really glad to see you acknowledge are disputed. And I share concern about those assumptions. I think they are disputed. But here's my question. You also had two different construals of ancestry. One is total, and one was most. Nearly total. And for the total, you had very likely. And for the nearly total...
Oh, I should have said nearly likely there, or very likely there too. So yeah.
That was my question. You had very likely for total, and you had only likely for nearly. And it would seem like it shouldn't be less likely for nearly.
Sure, actually what's going on there is the first column, so the entire chapter where I deal with Tasmania is only in discussing the issue of total universal ancestry. I don't even really make a statement about nearly ancestry. But so I really should just change that to say...
what's the significance of nearly ancestry?
That means everyone except for Tasmania. And,
Okay.
and the big question that comes to people's minds is, what about their status, their ontological status? Well, I say that they're in the image of God, but Jack Collins would say maybe not. But I think the key thing here is not about whether or not they're in the image of God, and I think this is a really key thing. The really key thing is, do they have the same dignity and worth as us? And I think that we should all agree that they do. And I think there's different ways to give an account for dignity and worth independent of the image of God that I think are actually far better than out of the image of God, personally. And so I even give one example from Gregor of Nyssa, the first abolitionist in history, too. So, I mean, I think that there are ways to make sense of that. But even if that was the case, even if you wanted to insist, I'm waiting to find the person who is going to insist that it must be 6,000 years ago, and also be so uncomfortable with that they're going to say, well, I don't actually believe that Tasmania actually really did descend from Adam and Eve. Well, to be clear, we can't actually demonstrate that clearly from evidence. There's no genetic test that we can do to demonstrate these Tasmanians didn't actually descend from Adam and Eve. That's just pseudoscience. And so it's not like we have any certainty about that, except for we're talking about a very academic debate at this point.
But there was, maybe you mentioned typos. Maybe that was a typo then, that what seems to be, ought to be a more likely scenario was listed as less likely in the chart.
It's a typo.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Another one to fix. But that wasn't in the book, so I'll shoot an errata on that post. How about that?
So I want to bring us back to something that you said in your talk, where you were mentioning the RTB model and the use of language, and especially reference to human. Because I'll tell you that the vast majority of our constituency will hear the word human, and they will think of it in a biblical referent to Adam and all his descendants. And if you were to ask them, well, to define that scientifically, what do you mean? They would say, well, whatever humans are, and we're Homo sapiens. And so you were much more careful in the way that you said that the two are perhaps not directly synonymous, but very closely correlated. And you brought up the concept of essentialist. And so you didn't
some of the
flesh
conversation yesterday, yeah. And
well, no,
too.
well,
Yeah.
in your talk today, you mentioned essentialist, and you mentioned how RTB's model, that these two things are very closely synonymous, but there's this concept of essentialist in there, that if we would articulate it with that term in mind, that the scientific community would understand our model better. You need to unpack for us what you are meaning by essentialist, so that we can all track with that suggestion that you're making. And so what do you mean by essentialist, and flesh that out a little bit more for us?
Well, you guys mean that there's like that humanness is either there or it's not. Like it's like on or off thing. Like that's why you're quick to go to say that Neanderthals are beasts, right? Though I don't think that's still the right way to characterize it, and I think there's another category that they are that's still not human in your model, but it's not beasts, because they had a lot of characteristics that beasts don't have, to be clear. For example, they could actually have offspring with Adam's descendants. That's something that no beast I know today can do. Regardless, so there's like that sharp line at some point. That it's hard. I mean, I might actually in the book with Bill actually explain some of the history here, but in the philosophy of science, one of the key factors of common descent is that it basically destroyed any concept among scientists of essentialism like that. We just don't think about species in an essentialist way that way. We just don't. So that's why, for example, it's common to say, well, species is a group of people. So just by definition, it couldn't have been two people. It couldn't have been like the beginning of a new species by the single couple. I mean, that's also not exactly consistent with evidence, but that just has to do with the type of thinking that is not essentialist. An essentialist can clearly imagine there's like something change that might be small from a scientific point of view, an observational point of view, but it gives rise to the first human mind that then spreads out, and then that is a different ontological category that is critically different, and it starts with that two couples and goes out. That is just not how scientists are trained to think. It's very hard for us to think that way, and it is not how any of the literature approaches the problem. And when they talk about Homo sapiens, that is never what they mean. Yeah. And so what could be going on in a reality, there could be that what your model is doing is, essentially correct, right? Maybe there's some interbreeding, we can debate about the details, and that's kind of coming out. And there's this new ontological category that has never appeared before. It starts with a couple, two, and it spreads out, and it's the first two with humanness. And then scientists not seeing that view, the way how it just appears is something that we just kind of call other names. Homo sapien, we call other names. We call it kind of like the globular brain structure, or those sorts of things. But we don't have the resolution to get down to see it at that level. And so what you're saying is that there's some essential ontological category that begins with a couple and spreads out, but science doesn't have the resolution to really see it that way. And so we have like a more generic category that roughly corresponds called Homo sapiens. Okay. That's, I think, if you explain it that way. And we have, Nathan. Does that make sense to you, Nathan? So he's nodding. Okay, maybe it's because he's like, I don't think that's how humanity rose, which is what's going on. But at least we're understanding what the difference is, right? And I've just seen over and over again that that's been a major point of confusion when people are engaging your model. And in fact, So there was, in a recent book, Adam and the Genome, there's a whole set of arguments that were all turned out to be not valid from population genetics, okay? But then the most interesting one that has the most resonance with science is not even population genetics. It just has to do with giving a non-essentialist explanation about how humans arise as a population. And that is not actually demonstrated by evidence, to be clear. That's just kind of how scientists think, because we think from a common descent framework, and we're just thinking about it from a different frame. And so and when you say Homo sapien, you're putting your views too tightly within their frame, instead of saying, well, it's something that has correspondence, but it's not precisely the same. And I think that all of a sudden it'll make a lot more sense. And now they might still disagree with it, but at least they know what you're talking about.
I really want to follow up with another question, but I'm gonna punt and let Andrew step in. I'll cycle back around. Jeff and I've got some things I think that are.
Yeah, thanks. So I'd like to comment first on the Tasmania question before speaking on the essentialist question. So on the Tasmania issue, I kind of resist mentioning that William Lane Craig, who is, I believe, in the panel today, he has written a lot on the middle knowledge view, right? Molinism, and how that can address the issue of what happened to those people who never have a chance to hear the gospel.
Yeah.
The scandal particularity. Because based on God's middle knowledge, well, he will ensure that those people who would respond to him will get a chance to respond to him. And so, and God will ensure that his plan will be fulfilled. And so, on the one hand, there's no scientific evidence to show that it is impossible that people in Tasmania are totally isolated, as Joshua pointed out. I think that is very helpful. And on the other hand, on the basis of God's middle knowledge, we can have good reasons to think that actually God's purpose will be fulfilled. And so, so I think we don't have to worry about this issue. So that's my comment on this. And now, on the essentialist issue, my thought is that I would agree that if we go by biological criteria, then it is very hard to come up with a kind of essentialist definition of species that will fix it. But from a theological point of view, I suppose if we hold to a substance dualist view, which I believe that the RTB model holds, that people do have a soul, and so we can still say that there are some essential characteristics of the soul which defines what the human is. So even though that may not be susceptible to scientific investigation, but it doesn't mean that it's not there. And so we can still hold to that view and affirm a kind of essentialist view for humanity. So that soul will be something that science cannot detect. But then we cannot assume that science can detect everything, right? I'm sure you agree that you would disagree with scientism, the view that everything can only be known by science. And so for my own view is that I agree with you that biologically, you'll be very hard to have any essentialist definition. But from a theological point of view, I suppose we can still hold to substance dualism and affirm some kind of essentialism. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so I would actually, so it's interesting, on the scientific side, I have actually encouraged people to stop using the word human in presenting claims regarding theology. Mm-hmm. I just think it creates an immense amount of confusion. I would also really caution against using Homo sapiens to present strong claims too. Mm-hmm. But on the theological side, I actually do think it does make sense to use the term human and explain it. So I would say, rather than saying, Homo sapiens arise from a single couple and spreads out, I'd say that the way I would frame what you're saying differently, it's the same idea, to be clear, it's just different words, is that humanness arises from Adam and Eve and spreads out by descent from them. And that's roughly corresponding to the idea of Homo sapien in science, but that's not precisely what we're talking about. We're talking about humanness arising from that. So once again, scientists can still disagree with you, but at least we're talking in a way that it has a language clearly laid out. And I think that's going to be, that's just an example, once again, very much thinking about my context of being here talking to you, about just how to start bridging the gap. And this isn't even, but to be very clear, this isn't a challenge to your ideas. It's rather a way to explain it so people just understand what you're saying. And the objections that you're receiving aren't merely just misunderstanding objections.
So you're using the word humanness, and in that it is a placeholder, if you will,
for the substantialist image of God.
For a substance dualist position in
no, not
regard
substance dualist, just a substantialist understanding of the image of God. So hylomorphic view of humanity, which is what Thomas has, is not substance dualism, and that would still be captured by that.
Okay.
So they would still say humanness. So the idea is like,
So it captures substance dualist, but it captures.
Well, I'd say it's the idea that the image of God equates to our notion of humanness and human uniqueness and all those sorts of things that you guys all hold to, without committing you to structuralism or any of those details. What you're saying is that humanness, like, the first fully human person, in a humanness sort of way, the person who's had the most humanness the first time was Adam and Eve. And then it went from there. Now that's different from the genealogical Adam and Eve. I clearly say over and over again, even though I'm often misrepresented by some people, as saying that the people outside are entirely human. They're still fully human. They're just not the humans of Scripture. So still Adam and Eve are still the first human of Scripture. They're the first textual humans. And so from a perspective point of view, they are, but the same humanness applies both places. Now, right now, this is the point where Bill Craig on cue kind of looks at me crazy, but that's because it's a relational distinction, and he's actually a substantialist, and I'm making a relational distinction. In the same way I would say that my wife is the only woman in the world. And I look around here, did I make a statement about how you're not human and you're not fully a woman? Of course not. I'm defining a context that's very clear as I say it. My wife is the only woman in my world. That is entirely true. It is a universal statement about a particular relational context. And it goes forward from there. And that doesn't mean, it's not a statement about people outside that context. It is a statement of, it's like basically, I just said nothing about them. And so that's the sort of distinction I'm making. And the substantialists, I understand, are going to look at that and say, I don't like that. But I do think that really makes a lot of sense from an exegetal point of view. And it's not surprising that a lot of exegetes are gravitating towards that. And it's fine. You don't like it, Bill? You don't like it, Hugh, or whatever? We'll just go the other way. But what you're saying, though, is that you don't like the idea of humanness outside the garden. You want to see humanness arise only in Adam and Eve's lineage. And in that case, I think you have to move it back farther in time. And that's a good reason to have Adam and Eve more ancient.
Okay, I'm going to move to Ken. Ken Keithley, hopefully you're still tracking with us and are ready to weigh in.
I've had a little trouble hearing that last comment, but I think I agreed with the notion, if I heard him right, saying that there are a variety of views concerning the Imago Dei. I will still find myself in the camp of the resemblance understanding, not merely relational or vocational. Having said that, I do realize it seems to me we're using a lot of terms interchangeably. We're using we talk about the essentialist understanding, or the substantive, or the structuralist, or the resemblance. That's a variety of terms that are not exactly synonyms. And so when one reads in various theological works, you begin to realize there's those. They may be playing in the same key, but they're putting greater emphasis on different notes. And I think that needs to be kept in mind. Two things that I think that Joshua's project is doing for us, and that I really do appreciate. One, and I really want to emphasize this, the challenges that Joshua's model has concerning the doctrine of original sin, the doctrine of the image of God, the importance of the historicity of Adam and Eve, the scandal of particularity. These are not things that are unique or new to Joshua's model. These are the areas that have always been at the periphery, or at the margin, or the edge. And so, for example, the understanding of the impact of Adam's sin and how it relates to the rest of the human race. Well, the Western Church takes the Augustinian perspective of original The Eastern Church takes more of the approach of ancestral sin. I think we need to keep this in mind as we judge the merits of this model, not to immediately dismiss it on air about things that, let's face it, we as Christians have not universally agreed upon in the history of the church. So I think that that's something to be kept in mind. Second, there is a difference between embracing a model and recognizing its plausibility. And I think that that's another thing that we, I teach theology for a living. I may have one perspective about dispensationalism versus a more covenantal view versus, but I don't for a moment think that my covenant brethren are not brothers in Christ, or that their model is not something that it's very plausible and reasonable. So I think that those things need to be kept in mind as we compare the strengths and weaknesses. The question for us to ask is, not everything about this model do I enthusiastically embrace. There's certain things about it I wish were a little different. Is it something plausible? Is it something acceptable? Yeah, I think that there's a lot here to work with.
Thanks, Ken. I'm going to lead with another question, and then I'm going to actually turn to Josh and Jeff, because I think both will probably want to respond to the question. And then, Jeff, you could go ahead and just ask your question after you and Josh have engaged with this a little bit. So I'm wondering, too, if part of the work of a scientist is to try and get at the explanations of the mechanisms and the components of a system, including those that might distinguish human behaviors from behaviors of other types of organisms. And I know that in one of the comments that either Jeff or you or both were making earlier, I noticed an idea of sort of saying, well, there's this gene, and this gene corresponds with this behavior, and this behavior is what we're beginning to articulate as a humanness. And I don't want anybody to walk away with this reductionist viewpoint of RTB's model, right? We don't think that humanness is something that can be reduced to a genetic component.
If I communicate it, I don't think that's a silly way to think about it. So
but I'm wondering if that still isn't contributing to the difficulty of us being able to converse with the mainstream science community, who's wanting to say, we want to be able to investigate what are the underlying components that are correlating with this thing that you're calling humanness. So I think on one level, there's this image of God, the substance dualist or whatever view you have of the image of God that's confounding it from the theological side. But then there's also this sort of mechanistic approach from the scientific side that can tend towards reductionism, perhaps for most people. And so how do we bridge that gap in dialogue?
Yeah, so
that's the question.
One of the things that peaceful science has been doing is actually gathering secular scientists to engage ideas from reasons to believe, and it happens often in public, not all the time, but often in public on our forum. And it's been interesting to see, like just a day ago, I think it was yesterday, you just published a post, for example, making a proposal on how to think about the genetics of Adam and Eve as maybe a mosaic. Now, this is actually really valuable, because one of the things that keeps on coming up over and over again is like, what actually is the reasons to believe model? And what's going on there is not because they haven't read the book, and they probably haven't. It's just that to actually answer scientific questions, there has to be far more precision than theologians are used to and philosophers are used to. There's far more precision than I've seen the reasons to believe our model articulated. And honestly, as an interdisciplinary science, I don't know how to get to that level of precision outside of dialogue. Of kind of saying, well, okay, what actually are you proposing? And because you might even see things, and part of what we've been doing is trying to press on, say, well, how important is that? Is that a movable wall for you, or is that really important or not? And is that really important to you, or is that a movable wall? And what about this? What about this? And I think kind of in that exchange, there's something beautiful that could happen. We can kind of say, okay, well, if you go down this path, that could actually make sense to us. And I don't actually know if it has to come from you alone. Maybe we can do it together. And I think where the gap has been is that I think all too often, I think people coming from a creationist point of view, well, first of all, I don't actually think that this is pure science. I think that, and I wouldn't even call it, I just don't think it's a helpful way to think about it. I think what this is the dialogue between science and theology, and what this is a theology of nature. which is a term you like to use. I think what you guys are proposing is a theology of nature that could be consistent with mainstream science, even if it's not articulated by mainstream science. And I do think that a coherent theology of nature is imminently in reach for reasons to believe. But what's missing, which I hope that we can help with, is really good faith partners of dialogue with you in secular science that are not coming trying to press our point of view, but they're trying to be helpful to see how we can make sense of it from your point of view, how we can make sense of it all together. And I think what we're going to really need is to see far more precision about what's acceptable, what's not, so we can start thinking about how we can actually, what pieces we can actually use to put it together.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me. Yeah, Jeff, maybe you
Yeah.
don't want to comment. Maybe you do. Maybe you want to move into a different question. Give you the freedom to respond the way you want.
Well, yeah, I'd like to continue this conversation. It's quite a few years ago now that a feature article in Nature had an emphasized byline at the top of the article: with all sensitivity to religious believers, we can certainly say now, on the basis of science, that humans were not created in the image of God. Now, how it is that a scientific journal could make a theological judgment like that is itself an interesting question. But what they had in mind was a particular perspective on a substantialist difference between humans and other species. One of the ironies is that a number of Christian theologians, kind of taking this at face value, have then reformulated our understanding of image of God to involve no fundamental difference in capacities, but just a relational difference. And I know that's not what you have in mind, but you have suggested that there are these capacities that we ascribe to humanness outside the garden, long before Adam. And then Adam received a distinct call that God initiated something new with Adam. And here's my question.
Or created him de novo, too. That's a
Yes,
possibility.
created him de novo. But here's my question. Biologists look at phenotypes as gene by environment interactions, that all of our traits and even our fundamental capacities involve interaction between genetic endowments and the environment in which we develop. And so if a child is raised in an environment where they never hear language, they at some point will actually, their capacity for language will be diminished. So, Josh, I guess what my question is, if God initiated something altogether new with Adam, a relational exchange, I think it's quite possible that would entail not just the relational, but a substantialist difference. That there would be a developmental response to interacting with something in the environment.
An epigenetic effect?
Well, no. So epigenetics means anything.
Developmental.
Epigenetics, to be clear, I think epigenetics. I think the way I understand epigenetics is anything other than genetics. So yes, it would be epigenetic, but that's almost. That's almost. Yeah, it's tautological. Exactly, like language acquisition is epigenetic because it's not DNA. But yeah, so I do think that's actually possible. But it all gets down to what we really mean. I think one marker. So I think a lot of effort has been focused on looking for markers. I mean, I'm getting into very long conversations on a regular basis with substantialists nowadays, trying to figure out how humanness arises and what markers you should be looking at, and like archaeological record for the image of God and humanness. Okay, but I do think, and this is actually something that it's even convinced people like Daryl Falk, who is a non-concordist, and many non-concordists out there, that I think it's also worth looking for, and maybe there's going to be clear signatures for a sign of the fall. And there's been a couple really critical things that have come out. One is, there's obviously, most people in Reasons to Believe are familiar with the Persian Gulf Oasis and Jeffrey Rose's work, which would seem to be only consistent with a more recent Adam than as far back as he currently is in your model. But the more interesting thing is a set of genetic and modeling work that has showed a very, very tight bottleneck of, and not to single man, but of Y chromosomes from about 8 to 10,000 years ago that doesn't affect mitochondrial So it shows that that actually the number of men that pass on offspring to us dropped. So the ratio of women to men is 17 to 1. And I don't think we've ever observed that on any other species before. You see it happen for humans, Homo sapiens, whatever you want to say, in our lineage for like a 2,000 period. It starts in the Middle East, it spreads out across the globe. We've never observed it at any other point in human history. It is bizarre, and it corresponds exactly with the rise of civilization, which coincidentally, Genesis is about the rise and spread of human civilization. I mean, this is very bizarre and eerie, and that's a very recent discovery in genetics. And I just think that I did not go into this looking for positive proof for anything, and I understand all these terms are poorly defined. But if there was evidence that we would see for genetics for the fall, this is about as clear as I could possibly expect. I mean, and I would say one of the big puzzles in anthropology too, and it's handled different ways, is, Homo sapiens, like if you go back like 200,000 years ago or so, I think most people would agree, or 150,000, we can debate about the precise amount, that everyone there, if you could just get a time machine and move them to our day and put them in civilization, everyone there would have the capacity for mathematics, physics, classical music. If you raise them for a child just like us, they'd be just like us. That's what most scientists think nowadays. But think about that. That means that 200,000 years ago, this is a bizarre thing. All the capacity for that stuff exists. All the capacity for civilization exists. But how? It wasn't by some normal way we think about it. Natural selection causing that, and we can call it exaptation, one thing being developed for purpose, but we've never seen an example of exaptation like this before, ever. And then it also raises the question of why did it take so long for civilization to develop? Why did we wait? I'm talking about from a purely secular point of view. It's a puzzle. Why it took 200,000 years for all that capacity to exist, for it then all of a sudden to explode onto the scene like within the last 10,000 years. Now, one way you handle that is seeing threads of the beginnings of civilization extending more distant to the past, and I don't deny that. I'm not trying to say that, but give me a break. There's a hockey stick development on civilization over the last 10,000 years. Yeah. There's no way to deny that. There's no good account for that from a biological point of view that I have seen. There's no good account, though I do think the fall does give an account.
Okay. I'm going to let Andrew ask one more question, if he has one that he can ask concisely, because I'd like to fit in one more question before our time's up, and we have less than 10 minutes at this point.
And so would that be substantial definition
to
go back to what you're saying? I think it might be, getting to culture too. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just had a comment, which is in response to the question that AJ was raising just now. How do we talk to scientists about these issues? And so my thoughts are that, well, first of all, even though we may not be able to test the soul, but nevertheless, we can argue that science itself requires rationality, and there's good reasons to think that what makes rationality possible is we having a soul. And also the unity of consciousness that we have is also evidence to indicate that we are more than just our physical body. And actually, all these arguments have been put forward by philosophers, and they can be found in, say, for example, the Blackwell Companion to Substance Dualism. And you can find all these arguments which tries to give reasons, right, to show that it is to show that we do have a soul. And the second point I would also add is that I think the fact that the biblical doctrines have stood the test of time, even in response to supposed challenge from science, which have turned out to be false. I think that itself is also a good evidence to show that what we believe is true. And I think this particular example of the genealogical Adam is a very good case. A lot of scientists were
I think they don't agree that Adam and
has,
Eve exists. I think I make a very limited case, right? I say that it's possible. And so I don't actually think science is as powerful as we tend to think it is. I don't actually think it adjudicates very well in theological and philosophical claims. I mean, Daniel Dean is here. He kind of gave me the language, which I think is quite accurate, of saying that science is a metaphysical desert. It's actually much more driven by epistemology than by metaphysics. Mm-hmm. And so, that's actually why we're able to embrace so much diversity within mm-hmm. science, is because science doesn't really make metaphysics. Now, of course, scientists make metaphysical claims all the time, but science doesn't actually have like a dogma of metaphysics behind it. Mm-hmm. It does have a dogma of epistemology behind it. Mm-hmm. And so that's actually where the opportunity arises, because theology and it's not to say that theology and philosophy is uninterested in epistemology. Of course it is. But the real concerns for the Christian faith don't actually really arise from epistemology. I think they arise from metaphysics. And so there's an opportunity for a dialogue between the epistemology of science and the metaphysics of the faith. Wonderful. And I think that's actually a much better way to kind of start thinking about what that is think about, well, does this metaphysics, how can that interact with the epistemology? And some of that epistemology might be, I think some of it might be, science gives us warrant for that metaphysics. That might happen at times. But I think a lot more commonly is going to be the epistemology makes space for that metaphysics. Mm-hmm. And that's actually what the civic practice of my science is really oriented around. Mm-hmm. I think that if you really understand that metaphysical desert of science, you find out that there's an immense amount of space for differences that science really, that secular science really gets. And I say secular because secular just means fair. It doesn't mean atheistic. Sometimes in Christian circles, people mean science equals atheism. Secular means fair. I put this forward when I did not have tenure. My colleagues are not Christians for the most part. They knew about it, and they still gave me, as secular scientists, tenure. And I got no flack for it. In fact, many of them really support what I do. Nathan Lentz is here as a secular scientist. He is an atheist, but he's here as a secular scientist, not to promote atheism, but to be a fair,
I think,
meaningful person. So I'm kind of going on, but did I miss your point? Sorry.
Yeah, I think, you missed my point. My point is that, so let me give an example to illustrate my point. A few months ago, I was talking to a scientist, and we were talking about this issue of human ancestry. And he told me that he was very impressed by the fact that this idea of common ancestor, right, most recent common ancestor, right, which you Joshua, that you developed in your book, is so consistent with what the Bible is saying. In fact, that not only is there no conflict. I mean, people used to think that there's conflict between genetics and Adam, but as you show in your book, there's no conflict, and we can still hold to the traditional doctrines, and these doctrines has stood the test of time, right? They have stood the test of time, and not only is it not contradictory with science. In fact, there's a resonance there. In fact, and so I thought that there is very pretty impressive evidence actually. That
I would agree. So actually, one reason why people object to historical Adam is actually fairly interesting, to the point that I actually included in the book as an important variant of the genealogical Adam model, ironically, is in a typological view of Adam and Eve. So Greg Kutsona, for example, holds this view, where when they read Genesis, they see so many parallels to the Anthropogeny and how evolution proceeds, even kind of going back to even things that Reasons to Believe really points to, that it just seems prophetic. And it seems like a typological statement. So they're not concordist. They're considered non-concordist. They don't believe in a historical Adam, but they look at it. And a good friend of mine who is a more liberal Christian, well known in this space, I did a talk with him at UC San Diego. His name's Ajit Varki. He's a leader in this area too. He just kind of sits back and says, wow, when I look at the rise of Homo sapiens, it looks like the Genesis account. It's just like a mythical or metaphorical account. I just see all the parallels though. That's different than saying myth and it's false. They're saying it's a myth, but this is describing the same thing. And which is really ironic, because he doesn't think that the Bible is trustworthy in that sort of historical way, yet just the resonance is so strong when you see the types of human uniqueness that arise, where I do think there's actually deep resonance with the language of Genesis and the story of common descent of how humans arise. It's surprising and bizarre, to be honest, to the point that I think one live option that I think people should be thinking about is that Adam and Eve are historical, consistent with the traditional church interpretation. But part of the reason why some of the details of the story are the way they are is as a prophetic typological echo of the distant past. in the same way how it doesn't actually teach the Big Bang, but some of the language is deeply evocative. I mean, I think we can wonder if this is like a prophetic recapitulation. Not that it's teaching it. I would not go that far. I'm not saying that there's concordance or eisegesis. I'm just saying when you read scripture in its own terms and you read science in its own terms, there is just these deeply eerie things that just kind of stick there. And I think there's space for that.
That maybe even stir up reasons to believe. No, sorry. Anyway, so at the end of each panel, I want to give the other presenter an opportunity to weigh in and just say, maybe as I've listened to you present today, Josh, Fuzz might be saying to himself, boy, I wish I was on Josh's panel. I have a question or two. And so, Fuzz, this is your opportunity if you have a question, and Josh, you can respond, and we'll wrap up this session. So.
Okay, do I need a mic for this?
Probably, yes. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, Josh and I, by the way, Josh, that was an excellent presentation, and I really just appreciate the spirit by which you're here, and so thank you so much. And I would agree with the panelists that you're giving everybody here quite a bit to think about. And we were chatting during the break, about what I'm going to be doing in my presentation, and I mentioned to you that I probably am not going to interact much with your ideas in my presentation, simply because I'm going through a series of aha moments as we're interacting over these last couple of days, to the point where I'm beginning to fully appreciate the distinction between what you're talking about in terms of looking at our origins or our ancestry in genealogical terms versus genetic terms. And it took me a while to begin to see that these are really, in many respects, though they're not independent of each other, they are distinct ways of looking at our ancestry. And so as we start thinking about where there might be space or where this might influence the RTB model, I just want to make sure that I'm fully understanding the ideas behind the genealogical Adam. And the first question is that when you're talking about a genealogical origin, you basically are saying that there's not necessarily this point in time where there are these two distinct individuals that give rise to everyone, but rather there's a population, and that population is so small relative to the exponential number of ancestors that we all would have, let's say, in the present time, that anybody that is in that group that has a descendant today will be everybody's ancestors, and so that we can then, within that group, perform a theological maneuver and say that those two individuals were Adam and Eve. Am I understanding you correctly, or am I?
Well, sort of. I would just use a little bit different language. I wouldn't call it a theological maneuver. I would just say that this is what the traditional view is. We ask if science can show it false.
Yeah.
And when we keep in mind that is stated in genealogical terms, it just turns out that science can't demonstrate it false.
But there is there's still a population there, so it's not like you're going back to this.
Well, so if Adam and Eve were very recent, we would all agree. So you're not a young Earth creationist. You would agree that if Adam and Eve was 6,000 years ago, there's a population of people that are very, very similar outside. Now, if we go very far in the distant past, the scientific evidence gets murky. I think there's no reason to think that it went down to a single couple, but there also may not be strong evidence against it past a certain cutoff and the point we can debate maybe 500,000 years ago. And within the time frame that Reasons to Believe cares about, if Adam and Eve had the same biology as us, if they didn't, then maybe some bets are off too on that one too. But it's possible that it would put him in a very tiny community of localized people, as Jack Collins talks about it. Okay. And that would be consistent with the evidence. It may not be what you prefer, but that's where I'm saying actually talking to other theologians could help. What really is the critical thing that's here? And whatever move you make, though, there's going to be some genetic input coming from other places. So what you're not saying is that all of the DNA from everyone in this room comes from Adam and Eve by direct descent. You're saying something different.
Right.
You're saying for clearly, sure, even if you're going to take a substantialist view that cares about genetic and ancestry, you're saying that Adam and Eve are genealogical Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
You are already saying that you affirm a genealogical Adam and Eve in that regard.
Right.
But you're saying in addition to that, we think there might be some theological value to saying that we all get that some of the structural image of God is embodied in our genes that we get by direct descent from Adam and Eve. That's what I think you're saying.
Right.
That's the way I just say it, frame it. So you already have a genealogical Adam and Eve, but you also care about the genetics from Adam and Eve because of your substantialist point of view, and that is completely legitimate. And that doesn't necessarily presume people outside the garden, except you already know that there's evidence that there was interbreeding, so there were people outside.
Right. So here's the second question. Again, this is just designed for understanding. So if we're starting in the present day and we go back, we hit the genealogical pair, okay, the genealogical Adam and Eve. If we go to 1 AD and we go back in time, is that the same? Is the identity of the genealogical Adam at 1 AD the same as the genealogical Adam?
Oh yeah, so the title of the chapter is really critical because it's called The Genealogical Adams and Eves. There's a plurality there. So what's going on is science cannot fix in time that, because if all the constraint is that we all descend from Adam and Eve, there's no way to fix that in history. So yes, if you pick the date at 1 AD, the earliest might appear actually before 6,000 years ago.
Right.
I don't know any theological reason why you want to go more
But
recent.
that genealogical Adam and Eve at 6,000 years ago, if we start at 1 AD, is that the same that you would arrive at if you started at the present and worked your way backward? You see what I'm saying?
Well, if you start in the present and work way backwards, well, first of all, so I'm resisting that. So the idea of calling that the genealogical Adam and Eve, because I'm not asking for the most recent one. Particularly, I'm just asking for people. So what would happen is if you moved it to present day and went back, what you would see is that about 2,000 years ago, the most recent one probably appears, and about 3,000 years ago, then, and by the way, the Tasmanian objection's gone now because there's no, that just doesn't apply anymore. And so about 3,000 years ago, if you care about people today, is the first possible place you could maybe put a genealogical Adam and Eve, but that stretches back because clearly if they lived 100,000 years ago, they're also genealogical Adam and Eve of us. So that's why it doesn't actually fix a date. What it does is it fix a minimum date. And then you can place them anywhere. And I think from a theological point of view, I don't know. I mean, so I give a very clear justification from Scripture and theology of why that date should be 81 or about that, or about like the ascension of Jesus, because that's when he says in Acts 1:8, take the gospel to the ends of the earth. I think that's the earliest point that you can plausibly make a case from Scripture for universal descent, because that wasn't important before that point. Now, maybe you want to make a different case, and that's fine. I mean, of course, if you're going to connect the image of God to that, that's a theological move. It's not a scriptural entailment. And that's reasonable. So then you can kind of start to say, well, whenever I see humanness in the fossil record, that actually puts now a minimum date from humanness that I have to go. But now we're not even worried about genealogical ancestry at all. That's just kind of irrelevant because anyone that far back is going to be a genealogical ancestor of everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Or?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I again want to thank all of the panelists. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us from Hong Kong. We know you're in a different time zone. We've really appreciated your participation. Ken, thank you so much for joining us from South Carolina. We still really wish you were here, both of you. Jeff, thank you for what you brought to the dialogue as well. Well, welcome again to the first workshop for Reasons to Believe creation model, this one focusing on human origins and in partnership with peaceful science. We have many other guests from many other organizations here, and we are pleased to have all of you joining us. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to interacting with you throughout the afternoon. I'm going to introduce now Dr. Fazal Rana, biochemist and Vice President of Research and Apologetics at Reasons to Believe. Prior to joining RTB in 1999, Fuzz worked as a senior scientist in research and development at Procter & Gamble. He earned his BS in chemistry from West Virginia State College, now West Virginia University, and a PhD in chemistry with an emphasis in biochemistry from Ohio University. Fuzz conducted postdoctoral studies in the biophysics of cell membranes at the universities of Virginia and Georgia. He's author of Who Was Adam? And Humans 2.0, and several other books that I'm not going to list, but please welcome with me Dr. Rana.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say, on behalf, again, of everybody at Reasons to Believe, just how much we really appreciate everybody's involvement in the workshop today, where we're going to take a look at the question of human origins, and again, how can we continue to revise, update, and improve our human origins model. And I just want to say a special thank you to all the staff and volunteers at Reasons to Believe who've worked tirelessly behind the scenes for weeks and weeks to make sure that this event is successful. Thank you to the panelists who are here to engage our ideas. I really am humbled and honored that you would take the time to be here with us. I want to say a special thank you to AJ and to Josh, who really had the vision for this particular workshop and who really championed the idea and worked hard to take that vision and make it a reality. And again, I just want to say thank you too to our scholar community members who are allying with us in our mission at Reasons to Believe. So thank you so much. My task this afternoon is to present the RTB Human Origins Model, and then to show how the model interacts with the scientific evidence. And I'm not going to be able to present the model in comprehensive form just because of the time constraints on the presentation. So there will be aspects of our model that I'm just simply not going to discuss in the presentation, but we can definitely engage them during the panel discussion and also during the workshop. When it comes to looking at how our model interacts with the scientific evidence, again, I can't be exhaustive. And what I've decided to do is actually in the presentation to give emphasis on how our model interacts with data coming from archaeology. Because as we've been talking about human origins, and I've noticed this as a trend in the broader science faith conversation about human origins, there is a lot of emphasis on the molecular anthropology, on human population genetics, now on the genealogies, which I think is really important, of course, but we're neglecting other data sets, or we're de-emphasizing other data sets at times when we do that. So I think it is important to bring archaeological evidence to the conversation as well as evidence from the fossil record. I will also touch very, very briefly on how our model can be influenced by the genealogical Adam model. And I'm not going to get into a lot of detail here simply because I'm still in the process of thinking through what Josh has presented, not only today, but in terms of his book, The Genealogical Adam and Eve. And I just want to say that I think Josh has done something really very important because he's forced us, as a number of the panelists have said, to think about the question of ancestry maybe a little bit differently. And so he's done us a good service in the sense that we've got now another option that we can begin to look at in terms of how can this make our case for human origins much more robust. So we'll leave a lot of that conversation to the time of the panel, to the time of the workshop. And I just want to point out that I, again, very much appreciate the demeanor that Josh has brought to the table and his approach of again, looking to engage RTB in a way that helps us to become better. And I very much appreciate that posture because the idea of, again, taking new information and looking at how that idea might influence our model is really part of the whole creation model approach. Since I've been involved with Reasons to Believe, even prior to joining the staff 20 years ago, the mindset has always been to take new information that comes from science, comes from theological insight, biblical studies, and continually to revise the creation model that we have here at Reasons to Believe. And with respect to the question of human origins, we've always have done that. So the very first edition of Who Was Adam was published in 2005. It's hard to believe that was 15 years ago because it just feels like yesterday. And in 10 years after its publication, we issued an updated and expanded edition of Who Was Adam, where we actually made significant revisions to our model based on discoveries that took place over the 10 years from the book's initial publication. And we've revised the model. And so doing a workshop like this is really not out of character for what we do at Reasons to Believe. And to me, my hope is that through this process, that again, what we can present is something that it helps to make the Christian worldview more credible, more winsome to people who are non-believers. And I really appreciate the fact that there's so many people here from so many different organizations and so many distinct perspectives. And many times when it comes to science-faith conversations, the conversations can become very territorial, where people have their own particular view and they stake out very hard ground, and they battle with one another for territory. And that just seems to me to be the wrong model. And my hope is that through workshops like this, that we can really begin to develop a very different approach, where even though we share distinct perspectives, that we can look at how do we collaborate with one another to make one another's approach more robust, more vigorous, more, again, so that we can, again, communicate, I think, to the world around us and to the church, that these science-faith conversations can be a gateway to people entertaining what the gospel has to say, not an excuse for people to walk away from the truth claims of Christ. Okay, with that editorial comment out of the way, let me go ahead and talk about our model. And for lack of a better term, I'm going to say that our approach at Reasons to Believe, it evokes a traditional biblical view of human origins. And thanks to Josh, who is pointing out that we need to be very precise in terms of what we mean with our terminology. The point that I'm making is that we do adopt an old earth creationist perspective on science faith issues, and that's no exception when it comes to the question of human origins. But we do derive our insight from biblical texts, from Orthodox Christian theology, and have, through that process, have adopted a model that has significant components that people would recognize as the traditional approach to human origins, that human beings were created through God's direct personal intervention as de novo creations, that there's a historical pair, a historical couple called Adam and Eve that really, really lived, and that they were the first human beings that gave rise to all humanity. That we would probably, at this point in time, adopt a genetic progenitor model. And that, of course, very important to our model is the idea that human beings are image bearers, and that we are unique in that we bear God's image, that is a special status that only human beings hold. That when it comes to the image of God, and again, this is, again, something that we all think are coming to appreciate, how critical it is that we define precisely what we mean when we utilize terminology. And I will acknowledge that, again, there are three main perspectives on what the image of God is. I'm learning today that even within these perspectives, there can actually be some subtle but significant nuanced differences. But the three views, and I'm following after Jack Collins in my terminology, would be the resemblance view, the representative view, and the relational view. And we hold to a resemblance view here at Reasons to Believe, where we would argue that human beings have certain qualities or certain attributes that define the image of God. And those attributes are attributes that we would share, though to a limited extent, with some of the attributes that the Creator has. And that these attributes allow us to function as God's representatives here on earth, and also allow us to enter into a relationship with the Creator. So we wouldn't say that our view obviates the representative view or the relational view, but rather encompasses those two other perspectives. So in a sense, we are adopting somewhat of a composite view, where we think the resemblance view subsumes the representative and the relational view. Because, as a point that Jeff Schloss made, is that if we're going to serve as God's representatives here on earth, or we're going to enter into a relationship with God, there has to be some qualities that we possess that allow us to function uniquely as God's representatives, or allow us to enter into a relationship with our Creator. Now, when we talk about the resemblance view, at Reasons to Believe, we identify four components to the image of God: an intellectual component, a capacity for rational thought, for symbolic expression, that we have a capacity for technical inventiveness, for creativity, that we have a moral component, that we have an understanding of right and wrong, an inherent understanding of right and wrong. We have a sense of justice. we're spiritual beings and that we recognize a reality beyond the physical material universe, that we have a sense of transcendence, and that also we are relational creatures, not only in terms of our capacity to relate to the Creator, but our capacity to uniquely relate to other human beings through complex hierarchical social structures. Now, when it comes to our model, and I'm not going to talk much about this today, we are old earth creationists, which means that we are, for lack of a better way to describe it, skeptical about facets of the evolutionary paradigm. And so the question then becomes, well, what do you do with what so many people consider to be the overwhelming evidence for human evolution, like the hominin fossil record or the shared biological features that we have as human beings with other creatures, including the great apes and the hominins? Well, our approach, and again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on my presentation with this, is to argue that the hominins were creatures that God created that existed for a period of time that went extinct, that these were creatures that had some intellectual capacity, emotional capacity, they had culture, they had technology, but that they were cognitively inferior to human beings, and that we would see these creatures as creatures that lacked the image of God, that would be the major distinction. And because they lacked the image of God, there's going to be cognitive differences and behavioral differences that separate or distinguish humans from the hominins. And we would argue that the hominins, again, were created by God. I would argue that minimum, that creation would consist of creating the major groups of hominins like the Australopithecines, the Habilines, the Erectines, the archaic Homo sapiens. But within those groups, we would allow for the possibility that there could be, evolutionary events, speciation and things like that could create some limited diversity within those groups. Our approach is not ad hoc. If you look at the history of thought in biology, there were prominent scientists that would hold a view of the fossil record very similar to ours. One would be Louis Agassiz, the Swedish geologist, who argued that the history of life reflects a progressive series of creation events with biological groups originating from the mind of God. And so we would follow in Agassiz's footsteps. When it comes to the shared features that we see between humans and other creatures, we would argue that this is something that Scripture seems to anticipate, that Scripture anticipates a biological similarity between humans and other creatures. And in part, it's because when you look at the Genesis 2 account, it's, to me, provocative that Adam is made from the dust of the earth, but so too are the animals described in Genesis 2:19. They're made from the dust of the earth, which seems to imply to me that we would share physical attributes with the other creatures. Again, what distinguishes us would be the fact that we are image bearers. This is the key point of distinction. So we would see the shared features as reflecting common design elements as opposed to reflecting common descent. And again, this is not ad hoc, but is something that, again, is represented in the history of thought in biology. Sir Richard Owen, with his idea of the archetype, is I think, valuable to how we would think about, again, these shared features, where we would see these shared features as reflecting archetypical designs. Owen was critical in elaborating the concept of homology, and prior, again, to Darwin, he understood these as reflecting archetypical designs that originated in Owen's thinking from the mind of God. And those archetypes were then varied within the created order. Now, so our approach, again, to shared features is common design, not common descent. Now, here's a point, and I'd be interested in Josh's reaction to this. There are some elements, I think, of the genealogical Adam model that actually employ common design. So if one version of the genealogical Adam and Eve model would be that Adam and Eve were de novo creations in the garden, and that they were created to be biologically compatible with the humans outside the garden that evolved. And if that's the case, then this would be an example of common design, I think, where God is creating with common design. Just an interesting point of connection. And again, I'd be interested in seeing Josh's reaction to that point. Something that was, I think, is really very important, as Josh has driven home very well, I think, is the idea of defining what we mean by human. And that was one of my favorite chapters in the book that Josh wrote, is the chapter on the definition of human, or the chapters on the definition of human. And of course, scientifically, you could think of human as referring to hominins, so that would include the Australopithecines and related genera like Ardipithecus and Sahelanthropus, as well as the habilines and the erectines and archaic Homo sapiens. Or you could take human to refer to members of the Homo genus. So this is how scientifically the idea of human would be defined. But what we do at Reasons to Believe is take the notion that human essentially would refer to a Homo sapiens sapiens, to anatomically and behaviorally modern humans. That's what we mean by that, but that these humans, again, would be distinct from other creatures in that uniquely Homo sapiens sapiens, or anatomically and behaviorally modern humans, possess this quality, again, called the image of God. Now, it's interesting that when you look at thinkers, scholars who are working in the science faith arena, who have who are seeking to identify who Adam was, there's a number of options that I've seen people explore. One is to say that maybe Adam was an erectine. One of the species that would belong to the grouping that we could call the erectines. There are some who would want to incorporate Neanderthals and the Denisovans and maybe Homo heidelbergensis into Adam's identity. There are some who would argue it would be Homo sapiens, including the archaic Homo sapiens. Others argue that maybe the near anatomically modern humans should be included in this group. But again, at Reasons to Believe, we take the view that human refers to anatomically and behaviorally modern humans. And part of the thinking, on one hand, is rather simplistic. If we are all progenitors of Adam, and we're anatomically and behaviorally modern humans, then it's reasonable to think that maybe Adam was likewise anatomically and behaviorally modern. But there's another reason also, and that is because there is a minority of anthropologists that would argue that actually anatomically and behaviorally modern humans are different in kind from other hominins, that there's something that distinguishes us, that we're qualitatively distinct. And they would argue that what makes us qualitatively distinct, and this would be people like Ian Tattersall, Thomas Suddendorf as examples, they would argue that what makes us distinct would be our capacity for symbolism, what's called open-ended generative capacity, or ability to manipulate symbols in a near infinite number of ways to create alternative realities, alternative hypotheses, that we have a theory of mind and a capacity to form complex social hierarchical structures. And to me, I see these as intriguing in that these seem to be scientific descriptors of how you would understand the image of God from a resemblance approach. And so there's a lot of overlap between what seems to make us unique, at least according to some anthropologists, and again, the image of God qualities. Okay, so that's the RTB model kind of in a nutshell. Hopefully that gives you a sense for what we hold to. And now the question is, how do we interact with the scientific data? How do we make sense of the scientific data in light of our model? As I mentioned, I want to spend some time talking about the archaeological record. Because again, I think this is really very important data that factors into this conversation that we're having. And I take the position that we can actually use the archaeological record to probe when does the image of God appear and with who or with what bears the image of God. And the reasoning goes something like this, that if you adopt a resemblance view for the image of God, that means we're going to have certain capacities that are going to affect the way that we behave, which will affect the types of artifacts that we produce. And because of that, we can then go to the archaeological record and look for artifacts that are going to reflect, in effect, symbolism. We're going to look for artifacts that give a signature for symbolism, and hence the image of God. Now, this slide shows a cartoon of the archaeological record. This is an incredibly simplistic diagram, okay, but it helps to give us some sense for what the archaeological record looks like. Now, This was taken from the first edition of Who Was Adam? And at that time, the people viewed that Homo habilis as being the first hominin that employed, or at least regularly employed, the production of stone tools. Since that time, there has been some interesting discoveries suggesting that the Australopithecines actually employed stone tools as well. And I think those discoveries are compelling, but for the sake of our conversation, we're going to start with Homo habilis. And Homo habilis, which appears, 2.2 million years ago, employed a technology that's labeled the Oldowan technology, or the Mode 1 technology. And this consisted of taking a hammer stone and striking a core stone, producing flakes that were then utilized as the tool. So this is sometimes called expedient tool usage. And this technology appears, again, about 2.2 million years ago and persists until, 1.8, 1.7 million years ago, arguably. And there we see a new technology on the scene associated with the erectines, Homo ergaster and Homo erectus, called the Acheulean technology. And this is a picture showing some of the types of technologies produced by the erectines. And what the erectines were doing was not only producing flakes, but they were also shaping the core stone into a variety of shapes like pickaxes or hand axes and picks and things like that. They very well could have been making use of spears. They might have had opportunistic use of fire. So definitely a step change in sophistication compared to the habilines. This technology persists, again, in a fairly static mode for about 1 million years. And then we see the appearance of Neanderthals, 250,000 years ago. And with Neanderthals is the appearance of the Mousterian technology, which is clearly more sophisticated than that employed by the erectines. And then we see with modern humans what sometimes is labeled the sociocultural revolution, the human revolution, or the sociocultural Big Bang, where we see with anatomically and behaviorally modern humans a dramatically distinct and sophisticated toolkit associated with modern humans that seemingly demarcates humans, again, from the other hominins. Now, when we look at the archaeological record, I think it's fair for somebody to say, well, it does look like there's this gradual increase in sophistication and complexity to the behavior through the fossil record. And it looks like it's probably a really slow burn that then kind of takes off, perhaps with Neanderthals. So I think that's a fair way to view the archaeological record. But what's interesting to me is that the comparison is being made with a single point of comparison, namely modern humans and our behavior. What if we added another point of comparison, namely the behavior of chimpanzees? And in the last decade or so, there's been some incredible work observing chimpanzees, both in the wild and in captivity. And particularly in the wild, we have seen chimps do some rather remarkable things. There is a report of chimpanzees manufacturing spears, taking tree branches, and through a 6-step process, manufacturing spears that they actually will use to hunt. They'll hunt bush babies with these spears. Chimps produce these rather clever tools to extract termites from nests. They will fish. They'll develop tools to fish with. Chimpanzees actually will make stone tools. In fact, there's actually the discovery of a chimpanzee archaeological record, believe it or not, documenting stone tool use in a particular region of Africa for a particular group of chimps that goes back several thousand years. Chimps have been observed occupying cave sites in response to harsh conditions as a way to protect themselves. Chimps will fabricate beds out of tree branches where they will select certain tree branches that have the right type of tensile properties and that have insect repellent properties that they then will use to fabricate beds and will position them in trees in such a way that they can very quickly avoid predatory activity. Chimps mourn their dead. This is well understood. They make medicinal use of plants. There's an interesting report by Jill Pruitt's of being in the field one summer, and there was a wildfire that broke out, and she was describing the fact that she and her team struggled to figure out how to get away from the wildfire, and they observed a group of chimps actually being able to anticipate the change in direction of the wildfire, and that they were very close to the wildfire and exploiting it to feed. And in fact, she argued that if the chimps had opposable thumbs, she felt as if they could have maybe even harvested that fire opportunistically. So the whole point here is that I don't think anybody would conflate a chimpanzee with a modern human in terms of behavioral capacity, but these behaviors are clearly rather remarkable. And I would argue that these behaviors are qualitatively what we would infer from the archaeological record for the habilines and the erectines. In fact, this is not just simply my point. This is a point that I've seen in the scientific literature. For example, Julio Mercader and collaborators in an article in PNAS say, that's a horrible slide, by the way, it's impossible to read, but the full implications of this line of work require a reevaluation of the terms under which we can make meaningful comparisons of Oldowan and chimpanzee cultures. I'll just go ahead and, the behavioral variables documented at Nuolo indicate that chimpanzees and hominins share cultural attributes, and we'll just stop there. So the point is that if we start thinking about the behavior, could we properly understand the chimps, the habilines, and the erectines to form a cluster that would then be distinct from that which we see for modern humans? Now, I haven't talked about Neanderthals yet, and I'm going to put Neanderthals on a pause for just a few moments. But the point is that I think you could make an argument that instead of seeing a gradual emergence of behavior, that we really see a genuine discontinuity in the archaeological record. Now, when it comes to humans, again, the argument would be that humans are fundamentally or qualitatively distinct from the other hominins. And part of the argument for this resides in a concept, again, called the sociocultural Big Bang. And this idea, I think, is beginning to kind of fall by the wayside, but I don't think that's actually a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing, and I'll explain why that is in a minute. But for a number of years, archaeologists and anthropologists argued, again, that when modern humans appear on the scene, there's a point where there is a trigger event that seemingly leads to an appearance out of nowhere of dramatically distinct and sophisticated behavior. This is how Christopher Stringer describes the sociocultural Big Bang in the mid-1990s in this book, African Exodus. So this is a dated quote, but this is interesting. Before then, Homo sapiens were marking time culturally. For millennia upon millennia, they've been churning out the same form of stone utensils. About 40,000 years ago, a perceptible shift in the handiwork took place. Toolkits leapt in sophistication. Signs of the use of ropes, bone spear points, fish hooks, and harpoons emerge, along with the sudden manifestation of sculptures, paintings, and musical instruments. We also find evidence for the first long-distance exchange of stones and beads. It's an extraordinary catalog of achievements that seem to have come from nowhere. So again, this seems to indicate that there's something distinct about anatomically and behaviorally modern humans. Now, to me, nothing exemplifies this sociocultural Big Bang more so than the art that we see in the caves in Europe. And the art seems to show up out of nowhere when humans first make their way into Europe. This is what Anthony Sinclair said about, again, the sudden appearance of art in Europe. The study of early art has been plagued by our desire to see this essentially human skill in a progressive evolutionary context. Simple artistic expressions should lead to latter, more sophisticated creations. Yet for many outlets of artistic expression, cave paintings, textiles, ceramics, and musical instruments, the evidence increasingly refuses to fit. Instead of a gradual evolution of skills, the first modern humans in Europe were in fact astonishingly precocious artists. So this is the way people thought about, again, the idea of the human revolution. Now, of course, this poses some problems, at least for the RTB model, because we see, as we'll talk about in a minute, evidence for anatomically modern humans at about perhaps 150,000 years ago. But yet we don't see the sociocultural Big Bang till 40,000 years ago. So there's an intervening period of time where we have anatomically modern humans that are not behaviorally modern. Now, this is not a problem, of course, for an evolutionary perspective, but it is a problem for the RTB model. But that problem evaporates thanks to the recent discovery in a number of sites in Asia of art, of cave art, that dates actually, in some instances, older than the cave art in Europe, and is identical in terms of its quality to the art that we see in Europe. And in fact, if you're paying attention to the news, you may have seen the headlines a few weeks ago about the discovery of the oldest story depicted on a cave wall in the island of Sulawesi, the southern part of the island of Sulawesi in Indonesia. And this is depicting a hunting scene. And what's interesting about this depiction, and this art dates at 44,000 years in age or older, is the appearance of what are called theranthropes. These are these human animal hybrids that are being depicted in the hunt. This is the first appearance of these types of depictions in cave art. This is the oldest appearance. In Europe, these human animal hybrids appear in cave art, but it's only about 10,000 years ago. And so this is indicating that these humans in Asia had a sense of an imaginary world, had a sense of maybe the supernatural. But even though these human-animal hybrids don't appear in the cave art, there is the discovery of the Lion Man statue, the Lowenmensch, that dates at about 40,000 years in age, again indicating that the humans in Europe also had that same type of sense of an imaginary world. And so this is, again, significant because it means that this capacity for art was already present in humanity before we began to migrate around the world, into Europe and into Asia. Chris Stringer says this: "It is a really important find. It enables us to get away from this Eurocentric view of a creative explosion that was special to Europe and did not develop in other parts of the world until much later. The basis for this art was there 60,000 years ago, and it may have even been there in Africa before 60,000 years ago, and it spread with modern humans." And in fact, we also have evidence for symbolism in caves in South Africa that dates somewhere between 50 to 80,000 years in age. And of particular interest is the report about a year ago of the oldest abstract drawing in the Blombus cave that dates at about 88,000 years in age. There's other evidence in the archaeological record that seems to point to the presence of symbolism somewhere between 100 to 130,000 years ago. And what I find to be interesting in this context is the work of Miyagawa, who argues that art very well may go as far back as about 125 to 130,000 years ago. And his argument is based on the discovery of rock art produced by the San that dates at 70,000 years in age. And this rock art actually shares attributes with the cave art in Europe. And the San diverged from the human branch as a people group somewhere between 100 and 150,000 years ago, which means prior to that point of divergence, the capacity for art probably was already there. So the point is that the archaeological record increasingly is pushing the date for behaviorally modern humans and the capacity for symbolism very close to the time where anatomically modern humans emerge. Now, when we're talking about symbolism, language is the ultimate expression of symbolic capacity. And unfortunately, you can't study the origin of language in the archaeological record. You can't really truly study it with biological markers either. This is a real difficulty. So you have to rely on essentially artistic expression as a signature for language as well, as a proxy for language. But it's intriguing to me that evolutionary biologists working to try to understand the evolutionary origin of language struggle to account for the evolution of language. For example, Chris Knight in a review article says that language evolved in no other species than humans, suggesting a deep-going obstacle to its evolution. One possibility is that language simply cannot evolve in a Darwinian world, that is, in a world based ultimately on competition and conflict. The underlying problem may be that the communicative use of language presupposes anomalously high levels of mutual cooperation and trust, levels beyond anything which current Darwinian theory can explain. And it's interesting to me because there is, again, a minority of anthropologists who are beginning to argue that when language appears, it appears suddenly, it seems to be unique to modern humans, and it coincides with the origin of modern humans. There's others that are arguing that language in its first inception is actually as syntactically complex as language is today. Miyagawa says the hierarchical complexity found in present-day language is likely to have been present in human language since its emergence. Tattersall and Chomsky and others have written recently, by this reckoning, the language faculty is an extremely recent acquisition in our lineage, and it was acquired not in the context of slow, gradual modification of pre-existing systems under natural selection, but in a single rapid emergent event that built upon those prior systems, but was not predicted by them. The relatively sudden origin of language poses difficulties that may be called Darwin's problem. Noam Chomsky believes that the capacity for symbolism was instantiated all at once in its totality in modern humans. And when you start talking about that type of mechanism or mode and tempo for the origin of humanity, that to me looks like a creation event, or arguably like a creation event. Okay, so then what about Neanderthals? All right, what about Neanderthals? Did Neanderthals have the capacity for symbolism? Were the Neanderthals like us, or did they approximate behavior like our behavior? And to be clear, there are all kinds of claims in the scientific literature towards that end. Claims that Neanderthals made art, made jewelry, made music, possessed language, they buried their dead, they mastered fire. These are claims that clearly are there in the scientific literature. But in my experience, while many times these claims gain enormous amount of public exposure and press, it's the other studies that essentially challenge these claims that many times go largely unnoticed. For every one of these claims, there are other studies that undermine those claims, that suggest that Neanderthals lack those properties, or those capacities, I should say. Tattersall and Schwartz, this is a somewhat of a dated quote, but it still applies. Among Neanderthals, all claimed instances of early symbolism are disputed. And I don't have time to step through each one of those claims and show why those claims don't, in my opinion, don't withstand scientific scrutiny, but we can just use one fun example just to illustrate the point. And this would be the example of the Neanderthal music. This is a bare femur, a cave bear femur, with holes punched in it that people have interpreted as a Neanderthal flute. And these types of quote-unquote flutes are discovered in a number of archaeological sites. Most of them are actually attributed to modern humans. There's one or two sites where these are found that are Neanderthal sites, where they're again attributed to Neanderthal musical production. The problem is that when you study the microscopic features of this flute, you see that the interpretation is that the puncture marks were not made by Neanderthals, but instead were made by spotted hyenas that were scavenging the cave bear remains. And so the point is that this is not bona fide evidence for Neanderthal symbolic capability, or the fact that Neanderthals could make music. And compare that flute to this flute made out of ivory that's the oldest musical instrument discovered. This is 37,000 years in age approximately, and it's made out of ivory, which is the best material these humans would have had access to. Ivory is solid. This had to be very carefully carved and constructed and fitted together in order to form this musical instrument. This is a far cry from the claims of the Neanderthal bone flute. Tattersall and Schwartz argue that Neanderthals lacked the capacity for symbolism, that symbolism is uniquely a modern human capacity, and like Chris Knight, they argue that to go from a non-symbolic state to a symbolic state is a huge chasm. Symbolic and non-symbolic cognitive states, they argue, are clearly separated by a qualitative gulf. The former is not simply an extension of the latter, a little bit more of the same. Now, to me, the clincher for why I don't think Neanderthals were like us in any sense of the word is the trajectory that Neanderthal technology took. Neanderthals were on Earth longer than we've been on Earth, and their technology was largely static throughout the duration of their time on Earth. Modern humans appear on the scene, and our technology was archaic initially, but then the tempo and significantly the tempo of change only began picking up after the point at which symbolic objects appeared. Evidently, a new potential for symbolic thought was born with our anatomically distinct species, but was only expressed after a necessary cultural stimulus had exerted itself. The stimulus was most plausibly the appearance of language. Then within a remarkably short space of time, art was invented, cities were born, and people had reached the moon. In other words, how do you explain the very different trajectories that Neanderthal technology took and modern human technology took? There's got to be something fundamentally distinct about modern humans. And again, it appears to be symbolism, which I would argue is a marker for the image of God. Okay, let's go to the fossil record, and there's a lot we could do with the fossil record. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to emphasize, as we look at the fossil record, specifically, the origin of anatomically modern humans. But before I do that, the first point that I want to make is that humans and Neanderthals are clearly, when you look at the skeletal remains, morphologically distinct. But to me, what is most important as we look at the distinctives morphologically between Neanderthals and humans would essentially be the structure of the Neanderthal brain. Neanderthals had a more elongated skull than modern humans. Modern humans have a globular skull. And this elongated skull is actually rather significant because it influences the shape of the brain in a significant way. Here's a study that was published in 2003 that essentially looks at reconstructing the brain shape of, I think there was a Homo erectus specimen or specimens in this, archaic Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and modern humans. And what they noted in this study is that the Neanderthal brain is qualitatively similar to that of Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis. It's just simply larger. But even though the Neanderthal brain is larger than the human brain slightly, the human brain is fundamentally distinct. And it's distinct in that it has an expanded parietal lobe. And the parietal lobe is the part of the brain that plays a role in our sense of self. It plays a role in the processes required for language and for math. And it's part of the brain that goes quiescent during religious experiences. And so this is, again, signifying something is distinct about modern humans. Now the question is, when does the modern human brain appear? Does it appear with near anatomically modern humans? Or when does it appear? Well, this is I don't have, unfortunately, the reference to this. This is taken from a study done where the researchers were looking at the cranial facial features of Homo erectus, Neanderthals. The number one grouping is for the near anatomically modern humans. Number two corresponds to modern humans that date between 100 and about 135,000 years ago. And then number three corresponds to modern humans in the fossil record around 30,000 years in age. And what you can see is that it's about 130,000 years ago where you begin to see the distinct globular skull features for modern humans appearing. Here's another depiction of that data with two different principal components. So the point is, it looks as if you could argue that the globular skull and the expanded parietal lobe appears about 130,000 years ago. And again, I think this is significant because it could account for our capacity for symbolism. And so we're seeing, again, a kind of a convergence of evidence where the globular skull of modern humans is about 130,000 years ago. This is where we're starting to see the first evidence for symbolism. It's a coherent picture that's beginning to emerge from the archaeological and fossil record that I think helps us define the point in time where human beings appear, where, again, theologically, human beings appear. Okay, let's take a quick look now at molecular anthropology. And I'm just going to simply comment on the results in general terms that come from molecular anthropology. And we document a number of studies in Who Was Adam, taking a look at a number of different genetic markers that people have pursued over the years, trying to characterize the origin of humanity through molecular anthropology. And I think it's safe to say that collectively these studies seem to indicate that humanity had a single origin event in a single location relatively recently from a relatively small population. And one of the collection of studies that I find to be really intriguing are studies that have been done with human parasites. There's been a number of studies done looking at the genetic variability of human parasites throughout the world and reconstructing essentially their history through through these molecular techniques. And you could think of these genomes as being proxies for the human genome because of the close association of the parasites with modern humans. And again, these studies give you, again, a similar type of set of results as the studies looking at the genetic markers from the human genome. Now, the question I think that has come up, maybe not today so much, but in other conversations, is why focus on mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosomal DNA? Because these are the genetic markers that everybody is talking about in the concept of mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam. And to me, I think there are some good reasons to give some preference to these genetic markers. And one is because they don't undergo recombination. Secondly, they give a very clean inheritance pattern. And thirdly, we don't see any evidence for integration with other hominins in these genetic markers. So I think that they give us a picture for genetically when, again, modern humans would appear. It gives us a cleaner read on that question. Now, the results that come from studies in molecular anthropology provide, of course, very powerful and strong evidence for the out of Africa model for human origins, which is a model that says that humanity originates recently in a single location in Africa, and that it's through migration that humanity occupies the world. And I'm old enough now that I can remember when this was a really radical insight that was coming from the early days of molecular anthropology, because this idea supplanted multi-regionalism. You know, the idea that humanity evolves over the span of 2 million years, where humans independently in multiple parts of the world undergo an evolution from a primitive form to a modern form, and that humanity's origin is from a globally diffuse large population. And this idea now is largely, I think, cast to the wayside, and again is replaced with this out of Africa model. And why I think this is significant is that this model actually does share resonance with a traditional biblical model for human origins, in this sense that both approaches view humanity's origin as recent, in a single location, arguably from a small population. So there's resonance, there's harmony between this out of Africa idea and I think a biblical model of human origins that relies on elements of a traditional biblical understanding of humanity's beginnings. Now, what do we do with the concept of mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam? Of course, you know, from an evolutionary perspective, the argument is that there were many Eves, that there were many Adams that were alive at that time, and that the mitochondrial Eve is that one lucky mother whose genetic material, or at least whose haplotype persists today in modern humans uniquely, or at least is descended from that particular haplotype. And in Who Was Adam, both the original edition as well as the expanded and updated edition in other places, at Reasons to Believe, we have pushed the idea that maybe mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam could actually be the biblical Adam and the biblical Eve. And I'm at the point now where I'm actually willing to take several steps back from that claim. I find the concept, again, intriguing, that you could have these two potentially individuals that, that gave rise to the mitochondrial DNA in every human and the Y chromosomal DNA in every person, but we're backing away from the idea that these are pointers to the biblical Adam and the biblical Eve. So this is a place where I think our model really is in need of revision, and we're willing to do that. But again, I don't feel too troubled by that, because I think, again, in a general sense, the results from molecular anthropology are broadly supportive of a traditional biblical reading of human origins. Now, does that mean that that the scientific data rules out a genetic Adam and Eve? And I think the answer to that question is no. I don't think the scientific data rules this out. And I don't think so for a couple of reasons. One, this was a point that Josh was making, and I think I'm going to be making this point maybe in a little bit different way than Josh was making it. But first of all, when you realize that the work in molecular anthropology is being done within the context of the evolutionary framework, then by definition, you have to have a population. Populations evolve, individuals don't evolve. So by definition, you are forced to have many Eves and many Adams, simply by definition. But of course, the real reason why everybody thinks that there was an initial population, not a primordial pair, from the genetics data has to do with these two equations that you'll see in an introduction to population genetics texts. And these equations relate genetic variability to mutation rate and effective population size. So if you know the mutation rate, the effective or the heterogeneity, you can calculate effective population size. And this type of modeling based on these concepts indicates that humanity comes from, again, several thousand individuals, not a primordial pair. But I'm of the opinion that the numbers that are generated through these studies are probably overinterpreted. In this sense, many times when I'm reading the literature in molecular anthropology, it's almost as if people are treating these numbers like they're the constants of physics, as opposed to what they actually are, which are estimates about what the population size would look like. And just to illustrate that, there's a couple of studies done by the same research group looking at the same genetic marker, and the only difference is the number of population groups that they were studying in these studies. And you see that the same group using the same methodology winds up with two different results that, again, are giving you the same coherent picture of a relatively small population size, but this is just giving you a sense for, again, how much uncertainty resides in these results. Another concern that I have is that, are these methods actually valid? In science, when you carry out a method, you need to validate the method. You need to show that method works as intended. And the way you do that, at least in part, is to apply the method to systems that you know what the answer is. And if you apply the method to systems where you know what the answer is and you get the right answer, you feel comfortable that the method works. And so the question is, have these population size methods been actually validated? And I don't think the answer is yes. I don't see any work where the methods are validated, and it would be very hard to imagine how you could go about doing that validation with humans. But there is work that takes place in conservation biology where people are very interested in population size and genetic variability, where studying endangered species, we actually have initial population sizes at a particular point in time. And in a number of studies, I'm not going to get into them, I'm beginning to run out of time here. In a number of studies, you see that these models do not predict the results that you would expect. That when we know initial population size, based on the modeling, we expect a particular a degree of genetic variability, and what we actually see is genetic variability that's much more extensive than the models predict, which means that if you started with that genetic variability and worked your way backward, you would overestimate the initial population size. And these are just a number of studies that I've collected where you see this particular problem. There are people that are working in this area that even question now if mitochondrial DNA actually is predictive of population size. This is a statement made by Hans Elgren in the Journal of Biology, where he essentially raises this very point. And so to me, when I've brought this point up, I've been soundly criticized by people for bringing up this point. But to me, I think it's worth bringing up, and I'm a little reticent to back away from this simply because if in a number of studies in conservation biology we're seeing the failure of these models, or seeing that these models are not as predictive as we would like them to be, that suggests to me that when we're applying these same kind of principles to characterizing the human population size, maybe we ought to be a little bit circumspect about the conclusions that we're drawing. And in fact, it was interesting, in 2008, Quentin Atkinson actually published a paper citing the very studies that I have cited in my work, where he was raising the question whether or not mitochondrial DNA is in fact a reliable predictor of population size. So there is actually people working in this area who have shared this concern that I've raised. Okay, so to be a little bit more positive, and again I'm going to wind up here just in a second, there is work that I think helps us to go simply beyond just simply criticizing the work in population genetics, and actually make the case that maybe it is possible that you could start with 2 individuals and account for the genetic variability that we see today. Ann Gager, who's here, was involved in a project where the work was or the results were published recently, that at least is suggestive that this we could very well possibly model again, results in such a way that we could account for the genetic variability today, again, starting with 2 individuals. Now, in this modeling, the TMRA was 4. But in a recent blog article, AJ Roberts has suggested that if you employ a concept that she calls mosaic Eve, where each of Eve's eggs was genetically distinct, you could actually wind up with a TMRA of 27, which now means that you could quite possibly account for the genetic diversity in people, in populations today, from starting with a primordial pair and the mosaic Eve concept. So anyway, I'm going to wrap up just by simply making the point that I think when we look at specifically the point where modern humans appear, we see what I think to be a confluence of evidence, where we see the mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam appearing approximately 100 to 150,000 years ago. We see the origin of symbolism at that time and the origin of distinctly anatomically modern skulls with globular skull shapes at about the same time. And I think that in light of our model, that this data actually comports rather well. It comports rather well. And I think the point in our model where we have perhaps the most work to do, again, is really with this question of, can you show that there was a primordial pair that was a genetic progenitor to all humanity? That's a place where we still have work to do, and why it's worth, I think, having conversations with Josh about the genealogical Adam.
Welcome back from break. Welcome to the Reasons to Believe workshop on our creation model, focusing on human origins in conjunction with those from Peaceful Science and many other organizations. This is now the panel discussion in response to Fazal Rana's presentation on the RTB human origins model with the focus on the archaeological evidence. I have joining me on the panel today 3 scholars, 2 in person and 1 via Zoom. And I just want to remind everybody that the panel discussion will be facilitated questions offered in rounds by the participating panelists, interspersed with Fuzz's responses. I will be both the facilitator and a participant, and the focal point of the panel is to engage the RTB human origins model. We hope that you, the panelists, will bring questions that help illuminate how the GAE model and RTB's progressive creation model of human origins may complement one another, but we would also like to encourage questions that will help identify and define where the RTB model fits well with mainstream science and where it may still face significant challenges from observational or computational science. Your questions and insights regarding RTB's approach toward integrating scientific and biblical data and theological challenges raised by RTB's model or the GAE model that may be in tension or in conflict will bring great light to our conversation and to our future endeavors and directions. We'd like to thank each of you again as participants on the panel for giving of your time and most especially your expertise. And so I'm joined today by Dr. Nathan Lentz. He holds a doctorate in human physiology and completed postdoctoral work training in genomics and computational biology at New York University. He's been on the faculty of John Jay College of the City University of New York since 2006 and was promoted to full professor in 2016. His research is on the evolution of the human genome, and he has authored dozens of scientific papers and book chapters. He's a popular science writer, contributing articles in outlets including the Wall Street Journal, Skeptic Magazine, and Science. And he's also written 2 books on the evolution of modern humans, Not So Different and Human Errors. And you can learn more about his writing and his blogging on the Human blog?
The Human Evolution blog.
The humanevolutionblog.com. We're joined also today by Dr. William Lane Craig, professor of philosophy at Talbot School of Theology and at Houston Baptist University. Bill earned a doctorate in philosophy at the University of Birmingham, England, and a doctorate in theology from the Ludwig Maximilians University in München, Germany, where he was for 2 years a fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Prior to appointment at Talbot, he spent 7 years at the Higher Institute of Philosophy of the Catholic University, Leuven, Belgium. His research interests include the interface of philosophy of religion, philosophy of mathematics, and the philosophy of space and time. He's authored or edited over 40 books, including the Kalam Cosmological Argument, and published nearly 200 articles in professional publications, such as the Journal of Philosophy, the British Journal for Philosophy of Science, and International Studies in the Philosophy of Science, many of which are available online at reasonablefaith.org. Joining us from Boston is Dr. Steve Schaffner. He's a computational biologist at the Broad Institute of Harvard and MIT, where he has spent the past 20 years as a staff scientist. While there, Steve has studied human genetic variation, the effect of population history and natural selection on variation, and the genetics of infectious diseases. Steve has an earned PhD in experimental particle physics and a master's degree in English literature. Thank you for joining us, Steve. Okay, I am going to, again, give us each a chance to ask a question. Fuzz will have a chance to respond. I will keep my eye on whether you'd like to a rejoinder, all in brief, of course, and concise. And I'll also keep my eye on the other panelists to see if they want to weigh in as the comments go. We'll begin with you, Nathan. Thank you.
Okay, can you all hear me okay? Is the microphone picking up? Okay. Well, I enjoyed your presentation very much, and I liked that you were close to taking a position, I think, that the image of God was first present or was made present in Homo sapiens sapiens, behaviorally modern, or sometimes called fully modern humans. One couple of things you might have to contend with maintaining that position. First of all, they originate very clearly in Africa, not in the Middle East. So that's, I was wondering when that was going to come up or if it would come up. And also the markings that we have for behaviorally modern humans, whether it's artwork and crafting of complex tools and composite tools and so on. While it really does explode at 65,000 years ago, and then moves out of Africa from there, we have evidence of it appearing ephemerally before that, and you did reference some of that, particularly with artwork. So I would also wonder how you deal with the fact that it really didn't just begin at one spot. It took off at one spot, but we have evidence of it older than that. And then finally, my last point about that is that it's looking more and more like a multi-regional African origin. Genetically speaking. So it wasn't just in East Africa as we originally thought. It looks like some contributions from Northern and Western Africa as well. So you could probably combine that all in one answer, I think.
Okay, so I can't remember what the first question was. I'm sorry.
Africa, not the Middle
Africa,
East.
not Middle East.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, we actually addressed that issue in Who Was Adam? And we point out that when you look at the description of the location for the Garden of Eden, there is this reference to the land of Cush, which is understood as Ethiopia. So what you're looking at is essentially, potentially the Garden of Eden could have extended into portions of Africa. And I'd also argue too that when you're kind of trying to reconstruct the precise location for humanity's origin, I mean, you're looking at genetic variability, and then you're trying to map that on top of the location where people are today and where you're trying to infer where they would have been through history. I don't know how precise that mapping would be. So in other words, you're winding up with a location that isn't, scientifically, that isn't completely outlandish, in terms of what you would expect from the biblical text or from a careful reading of the biblical text. Yeah, your point about the flickering of of symbolism that seems to emerge, I think is a good point. And so the question becomes, is that a flickering or is it a selection effect? Because where you see the strongest signal for symbolism are in the caves in South Africa, where you've got an environment that's much more conducive to archaeological preservation. So so to me. I think it's, in my mind, it's still an open question as to what the precise mode and tempo was for that origin. And I think, this is something that, I mean, I don't know if I'm sidestepping the issue or not that you're raising, but so often I think as we're working on these questions in human origins, I don't think I think you do, but I don't think a lot of people appreciate just how complex and messy this is, not only scientifically, but biblically and theologically. And a lot of times we don't have the data where we need it to have it the most. It's rather sparse. And so from my perspective, in terms of at least our project at Reasons to Believe, if we can at least show that there's harmony between our model and the scientific record, maybe not that high precision validation, but at least that we can show that there's harmony. At least it says that there's credibility to this idea, that this is not something that can necessarily be completely dismissed. So I think that issue that you're raising with the flickering is still something that, in my mind, maybe is not resolved scientifically, but I would acknowledge that it is a point where we need to do continued work. And then the idea this maybe it was a multi-regional Africa origin as opposed to a single location, I'm seeing that as well. I wonder if, and this is actually asking you a question now, how much of that is the distribution of the near anatomically modern humans, with the assumption that those near anatomically modern humans evolved towards a modern form, or a truly modern form, from where you're assuming that it must be multi-regional from the fossil record, and how much of that is really a genetic signal. And again, given the uncertainty between connecting the location of people groups today, where you're sampling the genetic material from where they may have actually resided originally, how much of that uncertainty plays into that multi-regional interpretation versus a single origin? So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question or evading it, but I think I guess I'm not convinced that there's enough to say that this is conclusively what happened. But
well, the evidence I did have in mind is from the fossils. So, but it was all prior to behavioral modernity. So the genetic signature that we see from populations throughout Africa persists to this day, but is from an origin prior to behavioral modernity. So I think the state of the field, and actually my colleague might be able to say more about this, is that there seems to be genetic contribution from multi-regional foci in Africa. But I think for the most part, you answered my question the best you could.
I was also going to ask Dr. Schaffner, Steve, if he'd like to respond, since part of Fuzz's question was in your field of expertise.
Okay, so I'll respond to that, to continue to respond to that question. I just, by the way, you may have noticed it's dark here in Boston, and I believe it's snowing now, so enjoy not being here. I think the genetic indications are, at this point, the genetic understanding is that within Africa, populations probably, existing populations probably started to diverge about 300,000 years ago. And there's pretty good evidence, not rock solid evidence, but pretty good evidence for integration from a something equivalent to Neanderthal integration into Europeans, that something similar happened within Africa after the out of Africa migration. So that there has been integration within Africa from a fairly diverged population that was also persisting in Africa. We don't have the ancient DNA to compare it to, so it's not as solid as the Neanderthal Denisovan cases, but with some pretty good evidence.
Okay, in-house it's really difficult to hear Steve Schaffner, so for some of us it may be quite impossible. So I'm wondering if we can get the volume up in-house for Steve.
I can also talk louder.
That was better. Yeah, that was a lot better. So thank you, Steve. By the way, I like some of the puns that you guys are making, and you're like passing by them so quickly you don't even emphasize them. Like the rock solid evidence when you were and Fuzz made one to bona fide data on the Neanderthal flute. Anyway, Bill, unless you had okay, yeah. Bill, we'll move on to you.
Although I have some theological questions, I want to add to what Nathan has said, since he's turned our attention to the archaeological evidence, which I really agree with you about is going to be the key for determining when modern behaviors first emerge. And I noticed in an article by McBrary and Alison Brooks that they accept the same criteria that you do for spotting modern behavior. They list the following: abstract thinking, that is the ability to act with reference to abstract concepts not limited in time and space; planning depth, the ability to formulate strategies based on past experience and to act upon them in a group context; behavioral, economic, and technological innovativeness; and symbolic behavior, the ability to represent objects, people, and abstract concepts with arbitrary symbols, vocal or visual, and to reify such symbols in cultural practice. And they note that these are universally accepted as criteria for modern behavior. But they argue that, and I quote, tangible traces of these early behavioral shifts toward modernity can be seen in the African archaeological record and can be tied explicitly to hominid cognitive and cultural capabilities. And so they want to push this back a lot farther. They have a figure 13 in which they list on the left-hand side the various archaeological signs of modern human behavior, and then the date at which these first emerge. And as you can see, blades go back to 280,000 years, grindstones back to 280,000 years, pigment processing back to 280,000 years, points go back to around 250,000 years, long distance exchange, 140,000 years. So the archaeological evidence, I think, that's coming out of Africa is very suggestive that humanity is a lot older than the RTB model suggest. And I want to just add one more thing to that. When you throw in Europe and Asia and the Middle East, in addition to Africa, then I think the evidence becomes even more compelling. This is from the book, The Human Brain Evolving. They point out that in the 6th time interval of the evolution of the human brain, from about 750,000 years ago to 250,000 years ago, that is to say the earlier Middle Pleistocene, they say this time interval documents the emergence of the larger-brained Homo heidelbergensis. It also documents the development of finely made Herculean hand axes and cleavers, and a gradual shift to flake tool industries, some with prepared core technologies of the Middle Stone Age and Middle Paleolithic. The earliest wooden spears are known from this time, as well as the first possible evidence of ritualistic behavior. Hominins in Africa, Europe, and Western Asia show encephalization, about 300 cc larger than later Homo erectus. The most encephalized hominins include Homo heidelbergensis, and on it goes. They say a number of technological advances are observed in the archaeological record during this time. This is 750 to 250,000 years ago. These include more refined forms of artifacts, more formal tool forms, new and more elaborate techniques for tool production, new categories of tools and evidence at some sites, indirect evidence of improved hunting technology, possible evidence of symbolic behavior, including the use of ochre pigments, refined hand axes and cleavers, soft hammers of antler, bone, or ivory or softer stone, platform preparation on the edges of cores and bifaces. They mention in particular, one, the wooden spears that are preserved at sites like Schöningen in Germany. This, to me, is a game changer. These wooden spears that were discovered in Schöningen in the late 1990s are associated in Boxgrove, England, with Homo heidelbergensis. And they're about over 6 feet to over 7 feet long, and they're sculpted so that they tail to a point at the end, and most of the weight is in the front third of the sphere, which makes it perfect for throwing. And experts have reproduced reproductions of these spears, and they have found them to be the equivalent of modern Olympic javelins. Now, I find it impossible to think this was made by a beast. They were used in big game hunting like rhinoceros and horses, which would require cooperative behavior, foresight, planning, maybe communication ability. So I resonate with what you're saying about the archaeological record and its importance, but I wonder if you haven't underestimated it.
So that's remarkable that you were able to turn all of that into one question at the end.
I know.
I heard about 10 as you were going along.
But it was worth raising, right? I mean, this is really important.
Yes.
With theologians like this, who needs archaeologists?
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm sympathetic to your point, and you know, in some respects, it really, I mean, the point that you're making is that it's a challenge to try to equate capability with what type of artifact that you would predict, and again, when does that actually become a bona fide signature, no pun intended, for, again, you know, for the image of God. So I'm highly sympathetic to your point, and you know, I don't want to give the impression, though I probably did, even though that I would refer to Neanderthals or Homo heidelbergensis as being cognitively inferior to humans. I don't want to give the sense that they didn't have intelligent intellectual capability. And you know, the question of is tool manufacture, is the manufacturing of hunting implements really a sufficient marker for, you know, for symbolism or for the image of God or not? I tend to want to place it with symbolic capabilities. To me, that's where I want to place it. But I don't dispute that there's some remarkable behavior going on there. And so, I mean, I think you raise a valid point that, you know, that it, you know, in terms of when we're using the archaeological record as a probe, perhaps we do need to be maybe a lot more circumspect as to exactly what artifacts we would connect with the image of God and what we wouldn't. So I appreciate your point. I think it boils down to maybe a difference of, I wouldn't say opinion, that seems too trivial, but just a difference as to what we see as being really the key marker for the image of God, right?
I'd like to follow up, if I may, just with one observation. Internally, sometimes we've bounced around the range of the intermediate dating for Adam and Eve, and I've heard us, on speculation, go over the 200,000 year mark.
Right.
And I think that what drives that speculation is primarily the fossil record that indicates the globularity of what we would consider fully modern anatomically humans. And so I guess the question that comes out of that is, is our model open to go back later, and if so, or earlier, I guess, and if so, how far earlier?
Well,
not as far as Bill suggested 700,000 years ago, but
I mean, I would be uncomfortable connecting Adam to Homo heidelbergensis. I would be open to connecting Adam to near anatomically modern humans, right? And to me, part of it is, again, if we are progenitors of Adam and we're anatomically and behaviorally modern humans, that influences how I would look at that archaeological record.
And so to clarify for the rest of us, Nathan and Steve and Fuzz, if the RTB model include near anatomically modern humans, how far back would that push the date, and what impact would that have on the genetic questions that you guys were addressing earlier?
It would be in the neighborhood of 200,000 years ago. In that neighborhood.
And would that resolve any of the genetic questions that Steve and Nathan were?
Yeah.
Okay. Would it?
Yeah.
Moving in that direction, probably.
Yeah, I would be moving in that direction. I would put it to be safer to account for modern genetic diversity, more like 300,000, I think. But I also think that both with mitochondrial Eve and
Y chromosome.
And just in the estimates of current genetic diversity, I think we all tend to overinterpret that evidence a little bit, in the sense that it's much more sensitive to quirks of population dynamics and bottlenecks and things than it's really reflective of a history. I mean, you can't calibrate the molecular clock that well on short time frames like this. So the range, you end up with these big ranges. It could be 800,000. I mean, I wouldn't, definitely the split from Homo heidelbergensis was complete by 800,000, but we could put that as the root, and that would still fit within the margin of error, I think.
Steve, good news is we're coming to you for the next question, so you can comment on this, and then when you're ready, transition into your next question.
So, okay. I think my question would be related to this. Maybe it's a suggestion in the form of a question. As a population geneticist, a population geneticist listening to your talk will be unhappy at a number of points in some of the evidence you're presenting. And I think unnecessarily so, the way you're presenting it. Specifically, the fact that you're using mitochondria and the Y chromosome, what that means is you're not using the bulk of the genome, 98% of the genome. And sort of more importantly, each individual, mitochondria is one instance of the history, and it's a very random history, and the Y chromosome is another instance. The rest of the chromosomes have about 100,000 additional instances of the history, and that gives us a great deal more information. It's also typically 4 times older information than come from the Y and mitochondria. Can you hear me, by the way?
We can, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll speak even louder just in case. And so, as Josh alluded to earlier, I think it's very hard from multiple ways of looking at that data to explain the data you see from a single couple less than 500,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, I think it gets quite muddy. If you pushed, maybe it was 400,000, 200,000 seems very difficult to me. But the thing is, the model you seem to be currently talking about isn't actually a single couple 200,000 years ago, because you're allowing introgression from Neanderthals and Denisovans and possibly others. And from a population genetics point of view, I don't care what you call them. Those are ancestors, and they're contributing to our genetic variation. And given that you are allowing this, why are you focusing so much on the kind of measure that isn't as, you're unnecessarily constraining yourself, it seems to me. You can allow 5% integration. What happens if you allowed 20% integration? Would that affect your basic conceptual model? And it would make your interaction with genetics a lot easier if you did that.
Which is kind of the strength of Josh's model, I think, is that it allows for all of that.
So that was a comment or a question?
Yes.
Steve, were you asking, so why is fuzz or RTB constraining itself to that model? Or are you making a suggestion that integration with Neanderthals and or Denisovans or other classes other than Homo sapiens sapien is erasing the genetic problem, and so we're emphasizing something that's just creating a problem for the model?
I think you're creating a problem that's not necessarily there, that you're allowing for a solution to the problem in your model, but the way you're presenting the genetic data, it seems to be for maybe historical reasons, I don't know, but it seems that you're emphasizing descent from a single couple 200,000 years ago, and that's not really what your model is now. Does that make sense?
Buzz, do you have?
No, I mean, okay, I'll just say point taken. I mean, we do talk about in Who Was Adam other studies in molecular anthropology that are looking at other regions of the genome that are giving, again, I think a comparable result or a compatible result to what you see with Y chromosomal DNA and mitochondrial DNA. It just seems to me that I think part of the appeal is, again, you don't have recombination. You've got this cleaner pattern of inheritance, and you have no evidence for integration. So it's allowing you to see more clearly the signal for modern humans as opposed to having all the integration that I think is complicating trying to pinpoint when you would have Adam and Eve, if you will.
So I'm going to take the mic because it's my turn to ask a question, and I sort of have one. And it's related to these comments, and hopefully maybe bringing some clarity for the majority of us that maybe is already clear in the three of your minds. So from the RTB model, if we date a primordial human pair that are the sole human pair that are giving rise to all modern, anatomically modern, or full anatomically modern humans, or near anatomically modern humans, wherever we place that boundary, then we're saying that's the beginning of the human, realizing the difficulty in defining that term scientifically, but the human headwaters, and that any introgression happened after that. And so the introgression that happens after that, how would that affect the genetic signals that are dating the origin of that pair, if we're considering that data? Is that making it impossible to date the origins of the pair because we've allowed for subsequent integration? Or is it going to push the origin of that pair back because subsequent integration has taken place? This is my question.
It certainly push it back. I hope I'm allowed to answer this. I think it will push it back. Exactly how much will depend on which kind of data you're looking at and what your model is for when integration happened, how much integration happened. And there are ways of studying it, but it hasn't been studied very thoroughly, I don't think, because this isn't commonly a question that comes up in the scientific literature, which is, how recently could a single pair, how recently could Adam and Eve have lived?
So could I follow it up with just rephrasing the question one different way, perhaps? So if there's subsequent integration, have we erased the ability to identify the point in time of an original primordial pair?
Well, I'm not a population geneticist, but that would be part of my concern. So that to me is why I would be looking for some region where you've got a clean signal that's free of integration. I just think it gives you a clean signal. And I recognize the limitations that it imposes. I'm not denying that, but in a sense, we're not looking at accounting for human genetic diversity in the sense that I think a lot of people that are working on that question are interested in terms of understanding the human genome, right? But it's more, where do you see that signal for the origin event? Recognizing that then the idea of integration and these other contributors, would be for our concerns secondary issues. Now, where you may be able, in my opinion, to go and get a clean signal would be if you take advantage of regions where you have Neanderthal or the integration gene deserts, right? Or the integration deserts in the human genome. That may be a place if you have regions that are clearly identified and recognized as being deserts for integration, right, that you might be able to use those regions to get the signal.
So those regions that show no signs of integration are often referred to as Neanderthal deserts or gene deserts, correct?
Right, yeah, well, not gene deserts, but Neanderthal deserts. Gene deserts
okay.
means something else,
okay.
right? But
yeah, and the problem is that each of these variables affects the other in your calculation, right? So you have to know 2 of the 3 variables, whether
sure.
the size of the last bottleneck, how recent it was, and the degree of integration. So the degree of integration is sometimes inferred by finding integration-free populations, but then, that doesn't, but the solution, as with everything, is more fossils. And this is what we say all the time, is if we only had more fossils. But that's the great thing about this field, is that we're finding more fossils all the time. I mean, from your presentation today, I was reading a lot of your blog yesterday. There's already things that I know you've changed your mind about that I was prepared to ask you just in the last 10 years because of the fossils that we found. So what I would urge in any belief statement that you're thinking about right now is 10 years from now, you don't want to look stupid. So don't underestimate what we can find and what we can learn from the new fossils that they're constantly digging up. I mean, the human fossil record, this is one of the most under-celebrated facts about human biology, is actually really good. The human fossil record is probably the best of any living species right now, partially because of the interest in it, but also just the locations that humans lived in lend itself to fossilization. So we have a really complete record. And actually,
it's your turn for your next
great. So it
question.
leads to my question. So you made a statement that you look at the evidence and that seems to support common design rather than common descent, and I have a couple of criticisms and questions about that. First of all, one question I would have is, what evidence would discriminate common design versus common descent in this context? I'm not talking about how cells are put together or anything like that. With human evolution in particular, what kind of evidence would discriminate common design from common descent? Because it seems to me that this continuum of fossils really, really suggests a constant continuum, a continuous common ancestry, where it becomes almost impossible to separate Homo heidelbergensis from Homo sapiens and early Neanderthals. And we know that they had a common African origin there. And to me, it really, every fossil we find fills more in on that picture where there aren't these huge gaps. People talk about gaps. There are gaps in the fossil record, but not much in the human fossil record. So what kind of evidence would push you towards design or descent?
yeah, well, I would just simply point out that this is the underdetermination problem, right, in science, which is theories are underdetermined by data. And so you could take 2 radically distinct theories and those theories could accommodate the same set of data. And so one of the things that we're working on is a kind of a genomics model that would employ kind of a design framework as opposed to a descent framework that I think could potentially account for the shared features and the similarities that you see. It's something that we've not done an enormous amount of work on. So I guess from my perspective, maybe the answer is I don't know that you could actually discriminate between those 2 ideas.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard with genomics in a sense, until we can get way more ancient DNA than we have. But with the fossils anyway, which we're putting a lot of emphasis on archaeology and the fossils, I think it's really hard to come up with created kinds, if that's the position, if that's the design position with human evolution, because all of the kinds really blend into one another. I mean, Homo erectus was around for 1.5 million years, continuously changing through that, and other species were springing out. And I really don't see any created kinds that you could draw around almost any of these species. I mean, and you can argue.
And at this point, I think we're talking about different things, because I'm thinking about the common design from the perspective of the shared genomic features, where you're inferring an evolutionary history versus looking at the fossil record. And so in our framework, we would look at God intervening at particular points in time, but then would allow for some limited evolution, right? We would allow for speciation to take place. So to me, I think what you would be looking at is essentially kind of distinct creation events that are then overlaid by evolutionary processes, right?
So what Fuzz is doing is trying to offer an alternative paradigm, not trying to claim that he has an inductively proven theory, but this is a different paradigm that would be empirically adequate to the evidence.
But
that's not to exclude other paradigms.
Right, and so maybe let me take a step back, just, and we're maybe getting a little bit off here, but for me, there are other features of the history of life that convince me that there's got to be some kind of involvement by a mind, right? For me, the origin of life was, the origin of life question was really very important. And so once you start adopting a position that maybe the origin of life, or maybe other transitions in the history of life, like the eukaryotic Big Bang, or maybe the Cambrian explosion, require something beyond what a strictly mechanistic process, where there's a mind that's somehow infusing into the system, then it opens up the possibility of viewing all of life's history in those terms. But then from our perspective, then the challenge becomes, well, then what do you do with what people see as evidence for common descent? And so this is where we're then coming to the table and saying, well, could you adopt something kind of following the footsteps of Richard Owen, where there's archetypes that are then overlaid on top of an evolutionary history, or the evolutionary history, is overlaid on top of the archetypes. And so we're not trying to say that there's no evidence for evolution and therefore it's our approach, but rather we're saying we acknowledge that there's evidence that people see as evidence for common descent, but can we present a framework that can account for that data, that is not ad hoc, but actually has, it's very important to me that there's some kind of historical precedence that I can point to.
If I might just sort of weigh in, bringing some of the concepts together of the empirical equivalence, or the different paradigms, the different interpretations of the same set of data, I think with each new discovery of fossils, that there's a pressure on the discoverer to point out the unique features, and it's my understanding that the bush gets bushier, and that it's not really a clean set of transitions, and yet we're still able to distinguish those fossils as, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher the language because this just is not my field house, but the Anthropocenes and the Erectines and the ancient homos and the modern homos, it's like those are still, we're able to distinguish the fossil when we pick it up, and so, or discover it, right? And so there's still some discontinuity there in those major groups. And I think what our model is trying to reflect currently is that within those groups, we have no reason to think that a type of speciation or adaptation or changes in morphology, and yet we still see enough discontinuity that we're able to distinguish an Anthropocene from an Erectine and if these correlate with differences in behavior, and then we reach a point sort of like Fuzz was talking about, where Neanderthals were around for hundreds of thousands of years with very little behavioral capacity increase observed in the archaeological data, and then we have anatomically modern humans come on the scene, and within a very short amount of time, geologically speaking, we have rapid development. And so from our paradigm, we're looking at that same set of data, and we're saying it seems to fit this creation model. Yeah. And we're not saying that therefore all of evolutionary theory is wrong.
Right. Well, I mean, and let me add this point, and this is not meant to be a criticism, right? But to me, I would agree with you that the hominin fossil record is unbelievable. It's an incredible human achievement that we've scientifically have this kind of record. But yet, it's still in places remarkably sparse, and because of that, I mean, sometimes there's a species defined by a single specimen, so you don't have an understanding necessarily that's a good understanding of things like sexual dimorphism. You don't have an understanding of how the variation was in that region or even across time that still would be encompassed in a single species. And so to me, it's really hard, I think, when you're interpreting the fossil record, and then of course you have the lumper and the splitter influence. And so it's really hard when you're looking at the fossil record to know, are you actually looking at bona fide distinct species, or are you actually looking at a variation that you're interpreting as some kind of continuous evolution that's just simply the natural variation? For example, there's a number of celebrated examples. Nothing's coming to my mind immediately where there's been a single find, and suddenly people thought, for example, that Homo georgicus, for example, was a distinct, maybe a habiline or maybe an early erectine, and then you make this single find, and then suddenly there's a whole bunch of species that are collapsed into a single species, right? Rudolfensis and Georgicus, and just from a single find. So.
And these are lessons hard learned in anthropology, where they would find just a part of a skull cap. And then as we find more fossils and realize that the cranium and the postcranial skeleton don't always match, and we're all mosaics of different parts. I mean, Homo naledi is a great example because they actually found all the skeletons all together. But if they had just found a wrist, if they had just found an ankle, if they had just found a face bone, they would have classified it very differently in all of those. And in fact, the only thing they were missing was the very front part of the face. And once they got that in the second cave, they realized they had the face wrong. So, and the lesson there is to not make hard pronouncements, and to stay tentative and say, qualify all your statements and just wait for more evidence. And that's the advice I give to my scientific colleagues, and I would, give it here as well. Just let's let the data come in. There's a lot of time. In the fullness of time, the truth will show itself.
I think we're comfortable in that position. Bill, would you like to offer the next question?
Sure. If we might shift gears to theology, RTB has shown itself remarkably and admirably open to revising its interpretation of the scientific evidence. Is RTB equally willing to look again with fresh eyes at the biblical material and ask whether that's been perhaps misinterpreted? By way of background, the stories about Adam and Eve are part of the primeval history of Genesis 1 to 11, which has to be interpreted within the context of the whole book of Genesis, which has to be interpreted in the context of the Pentateuch as a whole. And every Old Testament scholar recognizes a marked difference between chapters 1 to 11 of the primeval history and Genesis 12 to 50, the patriarchal narratives. The stories of the primeval history have parallels thematically in the ancient mythology of Mesopotamia and the Near East, and treat many of the same subjects. The narrative rushes along until it hits chapter 12 with the call of Abraham, and then it slams on the brakes and takes a more leisurely pace forward. Moreover, not only does this primeval history share many of the same themes as pagan mythology, but it is characterized by the same interest in etiology, which is attempting to ground a society's present values and identity in events of the primordial past. And Genesis 1 to 11 is filled with these etiological motifs. The most significant one would be Sabbath observant, which was definitive for Israel, the observance of the Sabbath. And this is grounded in God's resting on the seventh day after creation. And then in Exodus, the command for Sabbath observance is given based upon the seventh day of rest. So I think we need to ask ourselves again, are these actually supposed to be narratives read as straightforward history? Or are these, in fact, Hebrew monotheistic myths? Now, even if they concern historical persons, they might belong to a genre that the Assyriologist Torkild Jakobsen called mytho-history. This is what Bill Arnold has said, professor of Old Testament at Asbury Seminary, and a number of others. Gordon Wenham is sympathetic to this idea. What this would mean is that it is about real people, all right, but the events are described in the language of myth and metaphor, and therefore shouldn't be pressed for a sort of literality. It doesn't mean that Adam had to be literally created out of dirt and Eve by some kind of surgery out of his rib. It doesn't mean that God's literally walking in the garden, you know, and it's anthropomorphic portrayal of God. These stories would be rich in mythic imagery, and this would, I think, free the biblical scholar and scientist to be much more open in following the scientific evidence where it leads, because he isn't bound to a sort of literalistic interpretation of Genesis 1 to 11. So I know this is radical for many conservative Christians, but I wonder how open RTB would be willing, or it would be, toward looking again at whether or not we've really understood this genre of literature, or whether we've been insensitive to the genre that it is, and therefore misconstrued it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can tell you that we have these kind of conversations on an ongoing basis at RTB within, among our scholar team, and even within the scholar community. And actually, you know, while the official view of the ministry is a day-age perspective, there are a number of people that are part of the scholar team that actually would be more open to like an analogical day view. And so there are people that are connected to our scholar community that would actually hold to the framework view, to an intermittent day view. I mean, there's a number of views that are represented by the RTB scholar community. So there's a real openness, I think, to engaging, you know, the theological and the interpretive questions related to Genesis, you know, 1 through 11. And, you know, I would consider myself a day-age creationist, but, I mean, the more that I read Genesis 1 to 11, and even just simply the Genesis 1 text, the more that I appreciate, for example, the framework view, the more that I appreciate the fact that it could very well be an apologetic or a polemic against ancient Near Eastern myth. I see elements of that. You know, I think that it is a text that's influenced by the ancient Near Eastern milieu, right? But we would also take the view that even there is a history there. It's a compressed history, I think, in Genesis 1 through 11, where, you know, as you mentioned, it just seems like things are racing along. I'm sure there's a lot of gaps in the history where you have these different accounts that are kind of compressed together. So you want to be very careful about reading things, you know, as you read the compressed history. I think you want to be very careful. I think there are symbolic elements and mythical elements that are within the text as well. And so I mean, I'm sympathetic to your point, and, you know, we are in conversation continually about, you know, what is the best way to think about Genesis 1 to 11. I mean, again, I personally would say that I'm a day-age person, but I'm adopting increasingly a view that you might even call a day-age view that is somewhat of a composite, where I think, you know, there's elements of all of that in Genesis 1 and specifically, which to me makes it an incredibly remarkable, you know, passage of scripture on in so many ways. But as a scientist looking at Genesis 1, I just can't help but to see this remarkable correspondence between the Earth's history and life's history and what you see in Genesis 1. When I was in college, I was an agnostic, and I had a friend. I grew up in West Virginia, or went to college in West Virginia. Grew up in West Virginia. It's the heart of the Bible Belt. I had a friend whose father was a Baptist minister, and he and I would get into these conversations. He was a young Earth creationist, and we would get into conversations about Genesis 1. And I can remember even then, as a non-believer, looking at Genesis 1, and I can remember telling my friend David, if you just look at day as a period of time, this is amazing what you see here. So I guess the scientist in me, when I look at Genesis 1, I still see that correspondence. But so I guess I don't want us to adopt an approach to Genesis 1 that maybe gives up something of genuine apologetic value. I mean, to me, if the Holy Spirit is ultimately inspiring this text, is it possible, even though it is, again, a text put together under the influence of the ancient Near Eastern world, where there's all these things that the author is trying to accomplish theologically, and maybe even sociologically with the text, is it still possible that in the midst of that the Holy Spirit could inspire it to be written in such a way that in the future, as we're making these discoveries, we see that there is this correspondence that these accounts are not out of step with what science ultimately is telling us about the reality of the cosmos, I guess, right? So
I'd just like to echo Fuzz's response and also point out a chapter that our colleague Ken Samples wrote in the Old Earth or Evolutionary Creationism book between RTB and BioLogos, the chapter 3, where it sort of talks about our approach, and I think Fuzz just hit on it very poignantly there at the end. It's like, well, of course it was an ancient Near Eastern literature, and it probably has elements of that type of literature, but it was inspired, and it wasn't just for that people in that time. It's for all peoples in all times, and so there's got to be truths there that will be meaningful to us in the 21st century. So anyway, Steve, it's your turn for the next question.
Okay, I will not ask a theological question, although I do have a lot of sympathy for the last question.
You need to lean in and talk louder because it's hard to hear you again. Sorry.
All right. I was just saying I do have a lot of sympathy for the last theological question that was asked, but I'm not asking a theological question. I want to pick up on the very last thing that was in the presentation there on the mosaic idea, AJ's mosaic idea, which can get around a lot of genetic problems, because if you pick the right chromosomes to put into all of these sperm or eggs, whichever, you can make your genetics look exactly like it's a population, because it is a population. You've effectively got common descent in a single pair of people, and just, I guess, are you open to, say, making those chromosomes you're taking be from existing hominids, or from representing something very much like draws from that population, because that's kind of what you need to make it look like the genetics we see. If you want to have a fairly recent mosaic, they should be drawn from, resemble the kinds of genetic variation we see in an existing population. And I guess there's the second part to that, is the sort of subversive question that is, if you're willing to go this far to make your creation model look exactly like evolution, at what point do you just say, well, why don't you just say they evolved? So that's, you don't have to answer that one.
I think he's got a great answer for that one, Steve.
Okay.
We haven't mentioned it yet, but there will be a book coming out in October, and one of the things that Fuzz does in one of the chapters of that book is he addresses sort of what's at stake for the RTB perspective or constituency or model if certain elements of evolution are true, especially in regard to human evolution. I don't know if you want to address that or not, the theological issues that are... Even though he's not asking a theological question, he asks, why wouldn't you go that route? And I think our response is, we don't go that route because we think the evolutionary route raises theological questions that are very difficult to handle. So,
Yeah, that's the, I mean, part of the discomfort I think that we have is AJ's pointing out with, with kind of a strict evolutionary perspective on human origins is, again, a lot of the theological issues that come from it, in terms of, I think it bears on issues relating to biblical inerrancy. It bears on issues as to how do we understand the image of God, how do we understand the fall, original sin. There's just a lot of issues that get intertwined with adopting, in our perspective, a strict evolutionary approach to humanity's origin. And so we think that those biblical and theological issues come at perhaps too high of a cost just to simply, capitulate to an evolutionary interpretation. And so I think you just wind up with, I think, a much cleaner, you position yourself much more cleanly in terms of theological issues when you are looking for, again, a historical Adam and Eve that are sole progenitors. And so the question is, how do we wrestle with the data to get to that point? So,
but you can have Adam and Eve as sole progenitors of the entire human race, and yet they have biological ancestors, right? Why can't God infuse into a Homo heidelbergensis a rational soul so that he becomes Adam? Why? What's the problem with that? And in fact, when you quoted, Fuzz, from Genesis 2:7 and 2:19 about how both animals and man were created from the dust of the earth, that was what came to my mind. I thought, wow, it's a metaphorical description of how they both have these same sort of biological ancestors.
What came to my mind as a virologist was something completely different.
That what?
What came to my mind as a virologist was something completely different.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think when you start talking about, again, and this is, part of the I think, the concern, I think, with postulating, people outside the Garden of Eden, you then have, right? You then have, issues with, if you're arguing, again, that there's an evolutionary history of some sort, even if God is intervening and selecting two and infusing a soul into those two, you still have these other creatures around that seem to be, that would seem to, I think, to have, that, well, I guess I'm thinking about not this in terms of Homo heidelbergensis. I've not thought about it in those terms. But I'm talking about if you have a pair that you are selecting, from a population of modern humans, and you're saying these are Adam and Eve, and everybody has this evolutionary, origin. To me, it raises questions about the image of God and who has the image of God, who doesn't have the image of God, that type of thing. So it just seems to me that it creates a pretty theologically messy situation that's resolved if you're just having a sole progenitor. Right, that is a de novo.
De novo.
Yes, yes, that's right.
So, sorry to turn your non-theological question into a theological answer, Steve. Would you like to try again?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I was sneaking in something there. That was.
Yeah.
Can I try my hand at a theological question?
Please.
Like many good atheists, I'm Jesuit educated, so I can,
All right.
I can give this a try.
God bless the Jesuits for good education.
I used to not just hear about image of God; it was image and likeness, right? Wow. So why are we not talking about likeness first of all? And image up here had a lot to do with cognitive capacities and so forth. So perhaps likeness is more like genotype, phenotype sort of thing. So here's my question. We know that, and from your own blogs, you were very big on Neanderthals couldn't be human because they didn't interbreed. Well, now we know they did. So on the genotype-phenotype question, Neanderthals absolutely had incompatibility with humans. And we also know from your remarkable summary of the cognitive capacity of other animals, of non-human animals, that there's a continuum of that as well. So there's a continuum of evolution heading towards the cognitive capacities that we call image of God. There's a continuum of genotype-phenotype that we can call likeness of God, and they all can converge and interbreed and cooperate on this nice continuum with humanity. So I guess like it gets harder to define it as a uniquely human thing on either the genotype, phenotype, or in the cognitive capacities, image or likeness.
So I'm sorry, what was the...
So the question is, it seems like you have a convergence of all of these supposedly uniquely human things that we actually see popping up in other populations. So whether it's genotype, phenotype with Neanderthals and definitely interbreeding that happened there, it's hard to define those as separate species when there was so much gene flow. And then the cognitive capacities of other animals, emotional experience, even theory of mind. I mean, there are animals that have a concept that other animals know something different than they know. It's really getting to the point where you see humans on this continuum. Now, if this image likeness pre-existed before humans did, everything evolved to meet it, that seems weird. But then if it was just infused, how do you explain all of the evidence that pre-exists?
Yeah.
Good theological question.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of the Neanderthal interbreeding, I mean, my preference would be that there was no evidence for that, but that's just not the case, right? So
evidence rarely cares about our preferences.
Yes, that's right. So, but I mean, I will point out that I think you could still maintain the idea that Neanderthals and humans were indeed distinct species in light of the interbreeding, simply because we don't see evidence for any Neanderthal contribution to the Y chromosome. So that suggests that either the male hybrids were either non-viable or not fertile. So that already begins to suggest there's some kind of incompatibility between them. There's, of course, the Neanderthal deserts in the human genome. And in fact, there was just a paper I was reading that was suggesting that the places where you see the deserts correspond to genes that seem to be responsible for anatomical features that are distinct, that make modern humans and Neanderthals distinct. And so,
that could be circular, but there could also be a selective reason for that. So, yeah.
So, but the point is that this is suggesting that this was, again, something that was really between, two distinct species. And, there is mention, of course, of what appears to be interbreeding in the Genesis 1 through 11 accounts, like the Nephilim. But when I read those accounts, it sounds to me as if God is actually displeased with the idea of those interbreeding events. It's not as if God is celebrating that. And so I get the sense that there is this, divine displeasure with that. And so, it's not out of the question that there could be interbreeding that happens without, losing kind of our distinctive, I guess, as human beings, or as being, humans within Adam, I guess, where this is just simply reflecting something that's outside the divine will. And, some of these interbreeding events presumably are introducing information into the human genome that's attributable now to, or seems to be part of the etiology of certain disease conditions, right, that humans struggle with. Others seem to have offered a benefit, particularly when it comes to the immune genes. And of course, there's this concept that what we might intend for evil, God can use for good. So could there be a way that somehow God is redeeming those acts in spite of being displeased with it? And so, I don't, and again, I would just say that compatibility is, in our model would be a reflection of common design as opposed to, again, kind of a shared evolutionary history. So that's how we would see this. I have not done a lot of work looking at the animal behavioral studies. So that's an area that I need to tackle. But, I recently read a book by Marion Stamp Dawkins, who's done work in animal behavioral studies. And a big part of the book is cautioning against how we would actually interpret the results of those animal behavioral studies, where her argument is that even people that are highly skilled working in these areas are highly susceptible to anthropomorphism. And so we see behaviors and we have a tendency to try to begin to attribute kind of human mental states, and we're imposing human mental processes, cognitive processes on animals, when maybe in fact, that's really not the case whatsoever. I don't know, there are, there was a study published about a year and a half ago, maybe now, where this, I'll get you the reference here, I don't have it off the top of my head, but the argument in the study was essentially that in AI systems that are based on machine learning or associative learning, you can actually in those AI systems develop essentially what looks like problem-solving abilities. And there was modeling that was done that showed that in these corvid studies where the corvids are looking like they're doing planning, in chimp studies where the chimps are doing problem solving, that you can actually get that behavior through associative learning just like you would get out of an AI system. And so this at least I think throws some caution on maybe that there actually is this continuum with regard to animal behavior leading up to modern humans. And you do see, at least in the literature, where people are trying to explain the origin of language, where there seems to be a real struggle with how do you take animal communication and from that evolve the capacity for symbolism. So I guess my point is, I'm not, again, not familiar with that literature maybe to the degree that I need to be, but I've seen enough other studies that suggest that maybe this idea that there's this nice continuum may not be, there may be other ways to view those behavioral studies, right?
I know we come back to that again, but it's, again, that very clear continuum in your mind is a paradigmatic interpretation. And, we were just talking at the table over lunch. It's this idea we anthropomorphize cells, we give them agencies, we talk about them as though they're making decisions. We certainly do that about viruses, and that's been a soapbox of mine for a very long time, that viruses don't actually have volition. But anyway, maybe that's arguable. I don't know. Maybe it's arguable, maybe it's not. I just want to check back in with Steve and with Bill and see if you guys have one more question, either of you, and if not, I'm actually going to open it up to the floor. But don't feel like you're robbing the floor if one of you guys still have a pressing question.
I don't have a question, I just one very brief comment, which is that it has been suggested that there is introgression in for a Y chromosome, that the oldest or the most diverged Y chromosome represents introgression within Africa. And that's the kind of thing we really can't test currently.
Okay, sweet.
I have a brief comment too. The reason nobody's talking about likeness, Nathan, is because most of us here are Protestants. And Protestant
Not all of us, but most of us.
Identifies the image and likeness of God, in contrast to traditional Roman Catholic theology, which differentiates the image of God and the likeness of God. For Catholic theologians, the image of God is constituted by our resembling God and having an immortal soul and rationality, freedom of the will, and self-consciousness. But the likeness refers to the original righteousness that Adam and Eve possessed. And so the Catholic view is that in the fall, man lost his likeness to God because he lost his original righteousness. But he retains the image. He's still in God's image, but no longer like him. And the likeness then is restored in Christ when a person is forgiven and reconciled to God, and Christ's righteousness is given to him. Then the likeness of God is restored. So it's interesting.
So it's not genotype, phenotype.
No, so we got to define terms again. That's great. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Well, as promised. Oh, right. Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. I teased the audience prematurely, because before you get your opportunity, it's Dr. Swamadas's opportunity to see if he has a question A question for Fuzz, and Fuzz to have an opportunity to respond. Sorry about that.
Thanks a lot, no problem.
Yeah,
and I asked Hugh if I'm allowed to ask you a hard question. And I was very nervous about this.
These have all been really easy questions. So finally, a hard question.
It's a hard question because, I mean, I feel very self-conscious about this because I'm totally guest in your house. You guys have been amazing hosts. I have great respect, and I would even say love for you, Fuzz, so that's not where any of this is coming from.
Yeah, so ask your question.
All right, so
ask your question.
I have to lead into it because this is hard for me, all right? So I'm going to start with Richard Owens, who you really point to, and I actually think there's much to sympathize with him on. And actually the story I want to tell is actually from about 160 years ago, right after The Origin of Species comes out, because that's when the public debates between Huxley and Owens start going back and forth. And it's centered around, they called it the Great Hippocampus Debate. And what was going on is that much like actually maybe even most secular scientists would agree, Owens was saying that there's something exceptional about humans. And Huxley was saying that man's place in nature, as he would publish in 1963, is that we're just no different than animals. Now, we are much more alike in animals than people expected at that time, but we are also exceptional, and we can debate about the exact language of that. And so he's making an argument that actually ultimately proved true. But the way how he did it is by saying that the human brain has a hippocampus and monkeys don't have it. And it culminated actually with a very embarrassing event where Huxley is sitting there saying, but I have a monkey brain in my pocket. And he pulled out the monkey brain and actually dissected it in front of people and showed, yes, it actually does have a hippocampus. If we were to take Richard Owens from that time, put him here, we would agree with all of his conclusions, but then he would come up and say, but and the way how we know this is that humans are unique in our hippocampus. And all of us would cringe. We would all cringe because maybe he's right, but that is not the right way to make the argument. And it's painful to watch it because it's actually a good point. And in fact, if you look at how history really responded to that, you know, Richard Owens does not have a respected place in science, and it's not really about the rejection of evolution, it's how he handled that mistake. He held on to and clung to that argument for a very long time. And so my question for you is you kind of identify him as a person to respect, and I actually would respect him too, but can you be better than him? Can you be the type of person who has made good faith arguments, as I believe his argument was good faith too, but can you abandon arguments that might not be the best? And I've already seen it in you when you talked to, I was truly impressed. Actually, both Nathan and I traded a glance of like impressedness when you said we're backing away from the Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve. But when you got to the population genetics part, I was very similar to Stephen Schaffner, where I think I was cringing because there's so much that I agree with you about. I believe that the population genetics case against your model has been wildly overstated. So much so I put my personal reputation on the line in public to defend you. But I was also very disappointed to see that you attributed the time to most recent 4 alleles, not to me, but to Ans Gager's work that didn't even mention that. And you know, you can go outside of science, outside of mainstream science, I should say, I wouldn't say outside of science, but outside of mainstream science, to make this case. But I'm just telling you, you have a very strong case in your defense within mainstream science if you can just let go of the bad arguments. Another place where I just cringed is what the stuff you were pointing to regarding Mouflon's sheep and the claim, which is totally false, that population genetics models are not validated. That is demonstrably false. I can sit down and show it to you. And I understand where it's coming from because...
Josh, do you have a question?
My question is, this is one I'm getting back to, is like, you know, I'm willing to help immensely, and this is not an attack on your conclusions. I feel like I'm talking to Richard Owens right now, so take that as a compliment. To what extent can you, and I know this is a hard question, and I don't mean this accusatory, and maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I will go public and explain exactly how I was wrong and you were right. So let's leave that out to the side, but are you willing to let go of those things and be better than Richard Owens on those things?
So what particularly are you...
So for example, one example is you said that population genetics models have not been validated by actually when you know the answer, you go test it and see if it corresponds. Actually, in fact, I have been part of actually validating those. I've seen other people do it. I can point to the paper after paper after paper where these population genetic models are validated. And so that's not a claim that I can defend publicly. I think it's trivial to show is not true. And so how do I actually give scientific legitimacy to it when I can demonstrate it's not true. And then that's like one example. The other one is the details, which we don't have to get into now, about, for example, the mouflon sheep. I think you just have a much stronger argument against the false claims made against you guys, a much stronger argument that you could just take.
So Josh, are you saying, I hear you asking two things. One is, if you can convince Fuzz that the evidence for validating the population genetics estimations pan out in studies in conservation biology.
That's not what I said. I said these population genetic models are validated in cases where we know the answer. Yeah. No, this is for, yeah.
Okay, so
Okay,
I guess Fuzz would probably have to know the nature of the validation before he could even answer the question.
Yeah, so I mean, because I've done literature search after literature search asking the question, does somebody done studies that would say, you know, that these methods that are used to calculate or estimate population sizes have been validated, that there's some independent basis to place confidence in those results. And I've not been able to find anything. When I do that kind of search, I find these articles in conservation biology where consistently, again, you know, and I understand that there's not necessarily a one-to-one correspondence between what they're doing in those studies and what people are doing necessarily when they're estimating population sizes. But when I see that these models are not performing as would be expected, that to me is a red flag that at least is saying I'm a little suspect about how much confidence do I place in this result. Now, I think for somebody who's working in human origins and viewing human origins from an evolutionary perspective, the question of the precise population size is in some respects a trivial question. It's not, but for what we're doing, it's a very important question. And so that's just simply the point that I'm trying to make with those studies. So I would be happy if somebody shows me that these methods are valid. I would be happy to say, okay, here's the demonstration that these methods are valid, and then I'm satisfied. So to me, citing those studies is essentially my attempt to say, this is what I find when I do that.
Well, then let me back off the hard point. I'll just say that right now, I'll say there's several scientists, including me, that really want to sit down and kind of give you that way to actually engage with mainstream science, where you don't have to have the arguments that don't make sense to us. You can actually have some arguments that completely support your final conclusion, but actually...
So see, that's a separate question,
yes,
though.
absolutely, that's what I'm
You're
saying.
basically saying, we have a better way for you to approach this with mainstream scientists. And it's a distinct question. So, you know, if this is an important point to Fuzz, the point that he's making about method validation, until that's answered in his question, he may not want to abandon.
Sure, I'm not asking for him to abandon it right now. And I got the answer, and I think it's a positive I want to emphasize, and I've already pointed to the places you've done it. What I'm hearing is that you actually will be better than Richard Owens, and that's actually why I want to work with you. So.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, you know, and again, you know, there's a documented history in Who Was Adam where we have made statements, and we have, when we've been demonstrated to be wrong, we've revised accordingly. So I'm not unwilling to do that. But at the same token, I'm also, you know, I also have convictions that are not that in this case this is not a theological conviction. This is a scientific conviction.
I agree.
You know, just part of my, I mean, kind of my work in science is I worked for 10 years in a Fortune 500 company where I was responsible for ensuring that business decisions that involved millions of dollars were based on data that was produced by methods that were reliable. And so I understand the science of method validation inside and out. And so I'm just bringing that experience to the table here, and I'm saying, how do I know? This is a very important point for our model. It may not be important for other people, but it's important for our model. So how do I know that method is validated? And I've made attempts to try to find work where people have done that. And the only study that I can find, and again, maybe I'm just not looking in the right places. And so if you can show me that, I'm perfectly happy, you know. But is the Quentin Atkinson paper? That was the only paper I could find where somebody actually said, how do we know that these population sizes are actually giving us, actual results? That's the only study I've been able to find.
No, I'm hearing, and I accept that. What you're saying is that you have legitimate good faith objections still, but you actually want to work through this. And I think that's exactly what a good scientist would say, and I'm satisfied. I just want you to know that the objections that Steve had are exactly what I would have, but I just don't think that they're necessary. There's a way to make your case that would not be objectionable. In fact, it would be even seen as a positive contribution to our understanding of population genetics. And we want to help, okay? So that's all. Thanks a lot.